Hello! Attempt number 3. Let's go. Let's see. Alright, let's see. I'm just looking at something. So apparently, what I've been told is that our CD keys, like commissions and stuff, because, you know, I'm sponsored by CD keys, is being moved over to a different program. So they want us to sign up for this new program. And I'm like, I don't... It's like making me apply again. And I'm like, hello? Okay. Okay. Well, there's that at least. So we can, I guess, get started? Possibly, maybe? Alright. Let's act like this is the first time that we're streaming today. Hello. How is everyone? Welcome in. Let's hopefully see if this will last any longer. I restarted everything. I unplugged everything. So it's fresh, brand new, fresh, hot off the press here. Let's see. All right. So I'm wondering if I put this thing technically on the second ramp, not the first. Yeah, like right here. So if I put this technically here instead, well, first of all, will it stay? It doesn't stay. It doesn't stay. Okay. I hopefully they have been satiated. Yeah, I restarted, and I didn't just restart, like, I unplugged the router, and I unplugged both of the meshes, and I left them unplugged for, like, probably a minute or two, because I took some trash out. And we're gonna try again. We're gonna see. It's just weird because, like, I know that it's been wonky the past few days. Like, I know that. But it has not been this bad. And that's why I'm like, something's up. Like, something's up in the internet world because it shouldn't be this bad. Suddenly, you know? Alright, so, okay, so my original thought was, yeah, see, but they just fall. Oh, what if I do this way? What if I, hold on. But yeah, like I said, it's just been extra bad today for whatever reason. No incentive. Exactly. And the thing that pisses me off the worst about... I'm not picking my nose, I'm flipping my nose right now, so no. The thing that pisses me off the most about these internet companies and stuff is when you call them and you're like, hi, hello, I'm experiencing an issue. They always are like, well, it's fine on our end. I'm like, right, but it's not fine on my end. So let's make it fine on my end. You know, like, let's do something together to solve this problem. But they don't want to do that. Hi, hello, Spectrum. I'm having intermittent internet issues where my internet disconnects for about 10 to 20 seconds apiece and then reconnects. Well, it's connected right now, so I don't see anything wrong. Right. Right. That's the problem, is it's connected right now, but it wasn't a second ago. But that sounds like work? Oh. I know. I don't like working at work either, trust me. I really don't, but, you know. Sometimes we gotta adult. And that means fix my dang internet that I paid for, Spectrum. Why? Why did you do that? Oh my god. Sometimes the building mechanic is very uncooperative. Like, I am trying to line this up so it's right at the edge of the fans here. And it's just, it's literally just not cooperating. And that one I just fell down. So that's nice. I love this for me. Okay. There. Now. It's lined up. The lines are lined up. They're perfectly lined up where they're supposed to be. And then suddenly it's like, lol, I'm kidding. Okay, there. Now watch. I'm gonna click on this, right? And I'm gonna go to line it up, and the lines are gonna be right where I want it to be. I am cat, let me help you! It doesn't want the help, Ark. It doesn't understand that I am cat, and I can help it. Alright, is this workable? Well, it's not, because I can't even get on it, so that's that. Alright, alright. This is not the answer here. See, I was gonna try to put this one here as like a counter, so it go. No. So it won't like go like side to side, but I don't think it'll work. I think it'll actually block the flow. What? Sometimes he does really stupid stuff. Like, you made it on the pole. You okay? No. Why did you keep walking? Why? Why did you keep walking once you were standing on the pole? Why? Okay, just a little hop. Hop. Okay. Now. Just a little hop. No. I hate it here. Oh, I hate it here so much sometimes. Hup. Hup. I can't climb on top of this? Is that what the deal is? I can't actually, okay, so never mind, because I can't even I can't even climb on top of my thing, so none of that matters anyway, so that's awesome. Okay. This is not gonna work because that crossboard there. But if I get rid of this... Okay. No. Absolutely incorrect. Can you go in the direction that I am pointing the joystick in, Link? It's really not difficult to go in the direction of the joystick that is controlling your body. Alright, I'm gonna try to surf again from this side. And I don't know how to transfer. That's the problem. Okay. So, shield. Jump A. No. Okay, shield, jump A. There we go. Okay, I can't get up. I can't get up. Okay, how? Oh, wait. Can I fuse a fan to my shield? Oh my god, this fly just wants to be in my face, which is the most annoying part. Like, whatever, it's fine that I can't catch you and I can't kill you. Just exist. Just coexist. But get out of my face. Alright. I'm wondering. Does that knock me off? Wait, does this knock me right off? Okay, so that's not it. Okay. So how do I get speed while I'm shield surfing? Because you can't slide one of the things over here because they fall off. It would be convenient. Alright, I have one more idea. I don't know if it'll work, but I have one more idea. Alright. Alright. One more idea. Alright, so maybe it just wasn't balanced properly. Like, what if we straight up center this fan? And maybe if it's like centered, it'll be balanced. A. Okay. Now, do this, and then do this. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. Wait, can I rotate like this now? Ooh, I can. Oh, that's the secret, chat. I think that's the secret. Okay, let's see. Oh my god, I want to... Oh, I thought I got the fly. Okay, we'll get it. We'll get it by the end, chat. Okay. That. Oh, I went the wrong way. Oh no, I went the wrong way. Hold on. It works, but it's the wrong way. Okay. Okay, so this way. Okay. Now, I need a different shield before this shield boops me off because I can't shield surf on the fan. Okay. Now. Okay. Then we have to get ready. What the hell? What did it hit? What did it hit? Oh, it hits these? Oh no, that one went. Okay, so I think it really, really needs to be perfectly centered. Like, I think it needs to be, like, perfectly centered. And it'll slide up this thing. Okay. Come here. Alright. Alright, so where's this? Where's the thingies? Here we go. I don't know. I don't know. Looks like these will hit here. What the? Why? I would like, I just wanted to move it nice and straight underneath it. This game is so stupid sometimes. Okay. Wait. No, what? Second fan on the outside of the track to keep it from turning. Oh, like what if I do... Okay, hold on. So do the same concept, but on either side? Oh, okay, hold on. I see what you mean. So you mean... Hold on. It's gonna get stuck here. Okay. So you mean a second one on that side, on this outside over here. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Where is the other fan? Oh, they're down here. I forgot. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna turn this one like this. And let's see if I... Will it let me get this closer? Oh, I can stick that. Oh, but then these will hit here, right? Hold on. These will hit here. Yeah, okay, hold on. So I think you're on the right track, and I think I need to move these to... Maybe? 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 Okay. I feel like it might make it turn a bit. We'll see. Yeah, see, it's gonna make it spin a bit. Alright, oh, get ready for the shield swap here. Go, 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 go. Jump. Nope. And jump A. Okay, it's not enough speed, though. Ugh. Fuck. How do you get them to transfer? Alright, maybe the top. Maybe... I was gonna say 2 on the top, 1 on the bottom to keep it braced. But I don't think we can transfer. We have to transfer tracks somehow. Wait. 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 How do I get this back now is my real question. Yes. Fall back down. Amazing. Alright, what if we do... Okay. Bear with me here. What if we do the same concept, but we do it with this wide one, and it goes across these 2 tracks, and that way, when it transfers, so we'll have to put another thing, so when it transfers, it'll just go across? That might not be it either. Okay, so this should go across both of these now, right? Wow. Okay, so this goes across both. And then, theoretically, it would slide onto the other beam, in theory. So, if we get all these fans... Am I gonna be able to get this? Fall off. Fall off. You're not gonna fall off. You're just gonna continue to get stuck. Okay, now fall backwards. Go backwards. Go backwards. Go backwards. Keep going. Why? See if we could just get it to spin. Oh, see, it just keeps getting stuck there. That's fucking annoying. Like, why is it just getting stuck there? I guess I can maybe shield surf over there. Can you swim through solid objects to get back onto it? I might be able to ascend on there. Let's try. That's a good idea. I'm not sure, though, but let's try. Oh, 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 it's funky. Hold on. There it is. Okay. So now, let's get our hand. Let's take this off. Okay. So now it should slide back down. Amazing. Okay. Now. That was a good idea, Wolfie. Okay, there's that one. Now. Give me! Oh, it's so obnoxious that it, like, makes it, like, fall out of your hands when you, like, move too far a certain direction. Like, it's like, oh, no, you clearly didn't mean to do this because you fell 3 inches off of this platform, so goodbye. Okay. I feel like this is very not balanced. I feel like this is not gonna work. Let's go with a third. Let's go with a third fan. I don't know. This might be the second one that's gonna stump me. We have to go back to the other one. We have to go back to the glider one that stumped me the other day. Yeah, some of them I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the game wants from me on some of them, you know? Alright, this is not gonna work, but let's try it. Alright, I feel like right idea, too long. Right idea, too wide. Right idea, too wide. Or completely wrong idea, and we're going for it anyway. Okay. Let's try it again. Can I, like, control the slide at all? Nope. Okay. 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 I feel like Wolfie was on the right track. Okay. Do we put our fans on the bottom? So do we do the same thing, but put our fans on the bottom to keep it between the two tracks? So that way, when it slides, it won't be sliding left and right. Let's try that. Oh shit, I hit the wrong button. I'm stumped. Like, I am honestly stumped right now. I don't think that's right. I don't think they're even. Okay, hold on. Gimme. Like, I just wish it was easier to get these things. Like, I wish there was a disconnect button instead of having to shake. Because then you shake your whole thing and, like, move it all around. And you shake it all up. No, like, seriously, you like, shake your whole thing and it, pulls it out of position. So I really, really, really wish that there was just, like, a button. Like, a disconnect button. Simple. Okay. Attach. Okay. Attach. No, that's too close. Oh, that might work. That might work. Do we think that's too high? Alright, we're gonna try this one. And then if this one doesn't work, we'll try going a little bit lower. Okay. Alright, so don't nudge. It spins right off of there. Okay. So that's not enough. Alright. Could you put the squares going down? Oh, okay. Okay. So do we think that we can leave the fans where they are, but just put some of these, like, cross beams here? Possibly, maybe? Like, in here? Like those? I think. Okay. Okay, Arc. Let's see. With our powers combined. Alright, so let's slide you down for a second. And then we'll slide you down. Okay. So. Okay. I don't know if this is what you were going for, but this is what we're gonna try first. Alright. I think... Alright, I'm gonna put one more fan because the third ramp is a little high. It's a little bit of an arch. So I'm gonna put the third fan, but I don't think it needs to necessarily be on the bottom. It could really just be right here. It's fine. Oh my god. You're quite literally a centimeter shorter than you need to be, so we're just gonna make it try to disconnect to anything. No, I literally don't want that. Okay. Alright. Let's see if Arc Star is the winner. Okay. Let's just back up a little bit here. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. So that got our transfer. So that's our transfer, but then we need to center ourselves somehow on that. And this is all we have, because in shrines, you don't get to use your extra Zonai stuff. This is all we have. So, I thought, okay, so that was the right idea. Now, is there a way, not that I can think of, is there a way to be able to, like a rocket, like, We want to get from here to here, but then once we get on the second one, we want to... Oh, wait. No, that would be so specific. That would have to be so specific. Like, if we got the third in the center... Alright, let's try this again. And let's... Because there's three small ones. So I'm curious if we can line it up right and put a center one. But that'll be tough. Okay. Step 1. Okay. Step 2. Oh, wow. Okay. Ooh, what if I put the fan... What if we put the fan on the blades? I know. Let me see what I've got. Let's use this for now. Alright, so what if we put the blades... What if we put the fans on, like, our little fins instead? Oh my god, I can't stand... The camera in Zelda games sometimes, honestly, is, like, the biggest issue, because I literally am trying to assemble these pieces together and I can't see, like, I can't even see them together. All right, we have to build this off. We have to build this out here because I can't see anything down here. Like, the cameras are just going against the walls. I can't see down here. All right, we'll do it this way. We will do it this way. Alright. Okay. Step 1. Okay. No. No. It's not quite lined where I want it to be. Like, I want it to be here. There we go. Okay. Nice. Now, I think a center one might be the answer here. Okay. Okay, now, fans on top or fans on the bottom is what the question is. Maybe fans on top should be fine. I'm wondering if fans on top is what's, like, causing counterweight issues. We need an armor engineer IRL. Alright. Alright, here is the new contraption. We shall try this one. Off we go. Oh, this might be it, unless this clips here. There we go. I think this is the one. Nice job, team. Nice job. Nice job. I didn't get the chest, though, so we'll have to come back. Okay, that Took a little bit for my brain, but we got there. Now we just have to figure out that other gliding one. How do I do that one? How do we do the other gliding one? Do you guys remember the gliding one from, was it, what's today? It's Monday, so it was from Saturday. It was the one that had the 3 ramps going down, and one ramp had a cart, one ramp had a fan, and it was the 3, they're called wings, but it's like the gliders, and you had to cross the chasm. I can't figure that one out, and I still can't figure it out. I still don't know what I need to do. Okay, so this one's done. Okay. So there's a guy there, but I don't see any building supplies. Wait, are the building supplies over there? No. Wait, how do I do this one? Interesting. Where are building supplies? Where are building supplies? I wonder if I have to make a cart full of building supplies and bring it over to this dude. Because there's also this Korok over here. I bet that's what I need to do. I bet I need to make a cart of building supplies. Oh wait, here's some stone. There's like stone platforms. Alright, how far away is your friend? Oh wow, okay. That's quite a ways. Oh look, here's a little tire. Oh, okay, hold on. Oh, you want me to make like a little unicycle bicycle. Oh, bicycle. Alright, so where's these slabs? Alright, give me one of these. I don't know how well this will work. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how well this will work. Okay. Alright, here's one. Nope, we need to go straight. Nope, nope. Okay. That's one. Okay. Oh, please don't roll while I'm trying to build. Oh, okay. Or just do it anyway. This is so fucking stupid. You're joking with me. There we go. Do not. Oh my god, it really went over the thing. This is so stupid! Why is gravity? How fucking far did this go? I'm so pissed off right now. God damn it. Like, are you fucking serious? Any other time I would go to build something in this game and it would like lump over and fall over and like not fucking work. But the one single time that I'm like, wait here, little tire man, please. It's like, no. Alright, will you stay this way? No, you won't. You're just gonna keep fucking rolling. Okay. Oh look, it's back. Exactly what I need. Wonderful. Alright, like stay here. Okay, or just do whatever the fuck you want. That's fine too. I would love it if you would just do whatever the fuck it is that you want. Nope. Okay, there we go. Okay, I don't know if this will work. Now, the question is, can I get on it before it rolls all the way fucking off? Jump, get up, get up. Okay. No, no. Literally no. Literally no! No, don't talk. No. Nope. Why is he not countering the weight? Is it... They're both centered. Why is he not countering the weight? Okay, control. What? They're both the wheels are both facing the right way, right? They are. Okay, for reals though, like, it should just be functioning like a bicycle, a wide bicycle, I mean, a scooter, a hoverboard. Alright, what if we go the other way? What if we go the long way? Alright. This is not gonna work. I already know that these tires are just gonna roll all over the place as soon as I start doing something. Again, it was lined up where I needed it to be, and it decided to just not. Okay. Alright, no. Right here. Right in the middle. There. Okay. Same thing. Right in the middle there. Close! But that's not quite what I said to do. Okay. Is this better? Where's our control? Here's our control. Okay. Phew. Okay, there we go. We're moving. What? Why? It was going just fine. No, control, no. Control. Oh, we're gonna go in a hole! Where does this... Usually you have to get the rock in the hole, not take it out. Honestly, a third wheel would be perfect because then it could be a trike. Wait, do I have one? on. Do I have a wheel? I do. Oh my god, this one extra wheel would be perf. Wait, how do I secure it though? Wait, stop rolling. I hate this game so fucking much. I hate this game so fucking much. Like any other time, this game would be like, lol. Nothing wants to move because you're not doing it right. But this time, it's like, oh, everything is moving and rolling and functioning exactly precisely how it's supposed to. Wait, where's my wheel? Wait, this game just stole a wheel from me? Like, legit? This game legitimately just stole a large wheel from me. Okay, so now I just don't know how to do I have a small wheel? I do. I have one tiny wheel. Small wheel. Right. Small wheel in the front. I don't know. We'll see, I guess, won't we? Alright, is it gonna even let me get on before it decides to have a mind of its own? Okay, control. I've never had such an issue with the like creations in this game before. Like, holy shit. I've never had this issue before where just they are not like they take a mind of their own and they're out. Alright, so here's our problem, my guy. Your friends are up here. Why? Why? What? Why? Why? Seriously annoying. That one particular part just kept kicking me off. And now I have people calling me. I can hear them. Bug, I swear I'm gonna literally lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my mind over this fly. Get up! Like, you were here! I don't understand! You were just working! Stop. Just stop. Just stop! Oh my god. Why? Why? Yeah, I know there's your friend. I know. I know. I know. I know. Okay, keep it. Keep the car. there. You're literally lined up. You're lined up. You're lined up. And then you just move. And then you just move. Look. There we go. No. In what fucking world? In what fucking world was that what I just said to do? In what fucking world was that? Oh my god. This is actually a joke. This is actually this is a joke. This isn't real. Because there's no fucking way that I am lining things up the way that I would like for them to be. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh, that's fun. Are you... Thank you. Listen, I know that there's input lag, like, on controller, but holy crap. Can we talk about your character input lag? Meaning, like, Link's brain input lag? Hi, Sully! Alright, we need to go this way, and we need to stop drifting everywhere. A hydrate? Okay, hold on. We can do that. Okay. Alright, I'm over it because, like, literally there's no reason for this to not work. Fuck. Thought for sure I got it that time. I will get that fly before it kills me. It will be the death of me, but we are getting that fly, guys. Nice. That's wonderful. Okay. Wait, isn't this... Wait, this is the spring. This is one of the springs. Is it still here? Yep, I knew you were gonna electrocute me. What's not zappy? Are you zappy? Oh, you're zappy too. Okay, hold on. What's not zappy? You're not zappy. What the fuck? You're not supposed to be zapped if you... This is not a good day. I'm not gonna lie. This is not a good day. This is not a good day stream-wise. This is not a good day life-wise. This is not a good day game-wise. This has just not been a good day. Maybe I should take it as a sign. It is still a spring. Okay. Wait, what did she say? I missed it. I no longer sense the presence of Mother Goddess statue which dwells in the vast canyon. I would ask you to go to that land and bring tidings to me of the Mother Goddess statue. Okay, so you want me to go to where? In the vast canyon. I don't know where that is. Time to shift positions. Oh, fuck me. Come on, bro. There's no way. Shot right over him the first time like a joke. Okay, at least we can get our arrow back. It's fine. Look at that big old red X on my map right there. Like a loser. Like a chump loser. I want to get this fucking fly so bad. Oh, this is all different. Yeah, this is all different in here now. Keep an eye out for Korax as we're just looping around. No, I really don't want to deal with you, sir. Not gonna lie. This is not a vibe right now, my dude. Oh, let's do this. There we go. Oh, I don't have anything electric? Yes, I do. I got these things here. That did that little damage to him, and that did that much damage to me. This game is so unbalanced. I swear. I'm not fucking having a good time right now. Like, I'm not gonna lie. No one's here. No one cares. I'm just not having a good fucking time. Right. Clearly, I'm just supposed to just be right here. I'm not supposed to be traveling anywhere else outside of the starting area, obviously. I'm still, I appreciate it, Ark. This is just, this is ridiculous. I can't make any fucking progress right now. Everything in this game is one-shotting me. What are you supposed to do? Like, I genuinely don't understand what you're supposed to do. Like, I'm doing shrines so I can get hearts. Like, how are you supposed to get stronger? What are you supposed to do? Like, genuinely, honestly, what are you supposed to do? Are you not supposed to leave this area? Like, I can't go up here and I can't do this tech thing because I keep getting killed here. I can't go down here because I keep getting killed here. I can't do the Zora's Domain thing because I keep getting killed. Like, every, look at this, okay. Sidon, can't do that, keep getting killed. Hold on, let's see. Keep getting killed. That one, keep getting killed. I don't know how to fucking do that one, there's no way to do that one. Like... I don't know what to do. I'm very frustrated right now. Like, I don't like feeling helpless. Take a break. But I don't want to play something else. Like, I want to play this. I just don't understand why it's like punishing me for exploring. I know it's not Breath of the Wild. I know it's a different game. But Breath of the Wild did not do this. Breath of the Wild encouraged you to explore and go off and do things. This is like everywhere I go that isn't this little starting area right here kills me. Zelda games have never done that before. Like, they don't scale. Zelda games don't scale. They're linear. Okay. Let me think for a second. What just happened? Where'd my sound go? Did my headset just turn off? I have no sound. But it was just sudden. Hi, Sable. Welcome in. Give me a minute to figure out why I have no headset sound. Hold on. Okay. I think I got it now. And now it's raining. Okay. What was I doing over here? Yeah, I'm hanging out here because this is the only place I can go. There's a tower. don't need to see any of that. Alright. So. Do we see any... I was gonna say, do we see any shrines, but I don't see any. Alright, let's head towards that tower. Let's just... Oh, there's one right there. There's a shrine right there. Let's just focus on, let's just focus on towers and shrines today instead of trying to fight stuff, because clearly that's not working in our favor. And I don't want to be in a bad mood, because in a bad mood, me in a bad mood means it's not entertaining for you guys, you know? You know? So instead of being in a bad mood, we'll be in a glad mood. As forced as it is, we'll be in a glad mood. Whether we want to or not. Oh, this is like... Oh, see, this is like where the castle normally is, but the castle's not here to be here normally. Alright, can we make it over there without getting these guys aggro to us? The beatings will continue until morale improves? Oh no. Okay. Climbing gear. Sticky elixir. It's not gonna help much, but we'll do it. Okay, a little bit at a time, and then a yump, and then a slide, and then we'll do a little bit of climbing, and then a yump, and then a slide. Ooh, fuck. Yump. No, shit. We're dead. Oh no, we didn't. Okay. I really thought we had that last jump there. Damn. Okay, well, shit. We're stuck here. So, let's just go here. We got stuck. Okay, let's try it again. Alright, so it should be over there is where we were. Let's get all this fruit. Okay. See, there it is over there. Back on track, just lost a little bit of distance. It's okay. My god, and it's supposed to rain for a whole nother session. Annoying. Okay, so... how exactly are you supposed to get building materials to some of these people? You know, like, there's like that one sign dude, like, in the middle of nowhere. Like, how are you supposed to get a thing over to him? Ooh, I want to go get those fruit, but I cannot. I think I can go get those. Shouldn't risk it. Hi, Yaga. How are you? How you? Picked Odin up from the vet. Look at you adulting. Look at you adulting so hard. Busy but productive. Better than my day. I know, I just read that, I saw. That really sucks. Si papa! I'm kind of snacky, but I feel like I shouldn't snack so early. May not work this year and it's whatever. That sucks. That really sucks. I'm sorry. What's this one? Backtrack. So probably recall. What the heck is that? Oh, okay, hold on. So first of all... Not too low. Still too low? Interesting. Okay, I want to grab this one. No! Grab it. Okay, now. Okay. Easy enough. A strong construct, though. We'd love to see it. Alright, so we have to send this one into the abyss. Oh, can I burn it? Goodbye forever. Alright, and then... Nope. Not yet. And then we rewind the next one. I get it. I understand this game. And then we ride it back. Ooh, okay. Or do I have to, or can I just...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well. I guess I didn't realize it's that specific. Opens the door! Okay. Ball. Where... Do I just go get ball? Oh, there's more than one ball? What happens if I put the ball here? That opens, okay. But what happens if I put the ball in the other one? It opens. Oh, shit. Okay. Now, if I do this... Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. Can I reach that? Yeah! Hi, Steph. I'm a genius. Watch. I cannot be stopped. I cannot be stopped. This is crazy. Crazy. Boom. Boom. That's how you do it. I wish all the other ones were that simple. Well, that one wasn't simple. But I wish I could figure out all the other ones that quickly. I guess is what I should say. Okay. Thank you for the hearts. I need 2 more hearts already. I know, I need to go get more hearts. I really wish it would stop raining. Oh, that'd be great. Oh, a star. Okay, I don't think I can make it to that star, though. Oh, wait. It's right by that shrine. If I go to that shrine, though, will I lose time? Bring fire and pain to my enemies? Honestly, the greatest experience that I've had so far in this game was the day that I, there's a fairy fountain over there? Was the day that I set those little doggy robots up with all the rockets and cannons and stuff and just let them loose. Rain is not great because you can't climb in it. I'm not gonna make that. It was 1:30 in the morning when it dropped. Can I get on this horse? That'd be so awesome. Can I get on this horse? Get on this horse. Get on this horse. Get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, get it. Ah! He kicked me! I want to get on the horse, though. Come here. Yeah. Look at the pretty black horse! Let's go. Let's go to Star. Good job, horsey. You're doing good, horsey. Wow, this horse is fast. There was something over there, but I didn't read it. Okay, come on, horse. You're doing so good. We're so close. No! No! You're doing so good. Come on. There we go. Come on. We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. No, you're doing so good. Come on. You're doing so good, horse. Come on. Where is it? It's right there. 345. We're not gonna make it. Come on, come on, come on. Ooh, horse. Come on, horse. Horse. Come on, horse. Horse. Come on, horse. Oh, all right, all right. You know what? Fuck you. I'm running. I'm running. I'm running it. There's no way. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. Okay, shit. Oh, shit. I'm not gonna make it. It's gonna disappear right in front of me, watch. It's gonna disappear right in front of me. Oh, we made it! Oh, we made it! Oh my god. Now I'm good. Why does he have to make the awkward sound? It's the soothing sound, and it's annoying, I know, but I was just spamming it because it was a brand new horse that I just grabbed and tried to tame on the go. So I was trying to tame it as I was riding it, so it would listen to me. So I was just spamming the button. I wasn't really doing it with any sort of skill. I think I lost the horse. Oh no, he's right there. I see him. I want to keep this horse. This horse is actually really pretty, and he's better than horse. He's faster than horse. It's not soothing. Not for you. Okay, so now we just have to find a stable. Alright, chat. We have all the way until we find a stable to figure out a name for this horse. And horse is taken. And Steph, we cannot call him Ralph. Because there's only one Ralph. There's a stable right here. It was fate. It was fate. Look. Donkey? But he's so pretty and black. Why would they name him Donkey? Over here. There we go. Good job. Duck? I do actually like duck better than donkey, but I want something mysterious. Reginald? Oh, look, a music player. I need you for something. All right, hold on. I have to, like, remember this. That there's, like, a person here that I need to talk to. Ghost? Ooh, ghost is good. Because it's black, like a void. You're fine. No, buddy. You're doing so good. You're doing so good.
Yeah.
Alright, I want to register my horse. Mood. And someone can marry him. Once again. Yes, please. I would like to register it. In good hands. I would like to name it. Oh, look at his pretty blue eyes. My bond is only 45. Yikes. Alright. Okay. And then we're gonna name him Ghost. Ooh. There's Ghastly. Ghost. Yes. Take horse. We'll take horse. Yes, take horse. Take horse away. Horse is useless now. We don't need horse. We have horse. Yeah, let's have some towing harness. Let's go. Beautiful. Oh, I thought I was gonna be able to grab that, but I guess I missed it. I missed it. Harness attached, okay. Let's disable the Goron City. Ooh, okay. City and roads are muted. Okay, you'll still find hot lava. Okay, trying to get burned. Okay, cool. Wait, so is that like implying that I can just like walk up to Death Mountain freely now? Like, is that what that implication is? Receive reward. Wait, what was my reward again? It wasn't good, if I remember right. Horse god fabric, yeah. To make a paraglider? Wait, I can change my paraglider in this one? Wait, have I not been going to the stables? Like, have I not been actually, like, clicking on the stables? You know what I'm saying? Like, have I not been, like, doing the stable things? Cosmetics? Yeah. But why? I'm kind of curious, like, why? Why cosmetics? Cosmetique? Alright, I need to talk to these, like, music people here. What the fly? I know I look insane because it's this oh my god. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind over this stupid fucking gnat or whatever it is. Hebra region. Lucky Clover Gazette. That's interesting. Oh, we're gonna ascend on top of this tower right quick. There's a fairy fountain right there, too. There's a lot going on right here in this little region. Ascend, bitch! I can't ascend here? There's no way. Alright. I kinda wanna know. I kinda wanna know, but I kinda don't wanna know. But I kinda wanna know if you get upgrades for your abilities to, like, make them further or whatever. Like, there's a couple things that I feel like I should be able to ascend, and I can't. And then The recall, rise and fall. I feel like the recall is short. Like I should have longer time in the recall. Just my opinion. Okay, so this is gonna yeet. Okay, and then we find it once it gets back. And then do this. And then we do this. Okay. Okay, next. Okay, I get it. So grab, and pull. Okay. And then we're gonna climb it. And then we're gonna recall it. Yes. Yep, that's perfect. A little slow here. But I think we might have to counter... Nope, we don't have to at all. Okay. Okay, this is gonna drop... No, that's gonna launch that, right? Launch. Okay, we'll give it a second and go down. Okay. And then we'll recall it once we're on it. Launch ourselves. Oh, I can't? Do I have to recall the button? Is that what I have to do? Oh. What do I do with this? Oh. No. Wait. I understand. Okay, hold on. Okay, so we want to ultra hand. Put it up here. And then drop it here. Okay, so give it a couple seconds. And then we're gonna recall it. And we're gonna rewind that. Right? And then do I rewind the recall again? Twist it. Bop it. Okay. Okay. I got it. Okay. So we're going to do this. So we're going to line this up. Like this. And then we're going to drop it. Okay. Then. I got it, guys. This is what we're going to do. Then we're going to do this. We're going to grab it. And we're going to raise it. And we're going to give it a couple seconds. Okay. Now. No. Okay. Haha! So easy. Easy. I don't think I didn't get the chest. We're gonna have to come. I didn't get the chest. We have to come back. Oh, did I get the chest? Did I get the chest, chat? Guys, also, look what I got. I got birthday cake. Milk. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Twist it, bop it, pull it, shake it. All right. So that should be 10. So two more shrines and we can get 2 hearts and a stammy stam. Yeah, we're at 10. So 2 more shrines and we can get 2 hearts and a stamina. All right. I am gonna bet. I'm gonna bet that you can upgrade your abilities with either Pura or Robbie. But they're gonna be like, no, you need to go save some people first or something. just fell. Oh, you fell too. Oh, it's not gonna take me all the way there, though, I would bet. I don't want to put a face on, I want a nap. You should hang out with me then instead. You should hang out with me instead then. It would be so fun. Ooh, this one actually did go. Oh, I almost fell. Oh, I almost fell. I can hang out and put a face on? Yeah, I know, but I know what you're gonna do after. You're gonna steal all my viewers with your boobs. I know. I know. I know. So there's a... What's that? That looks like meat. Rock meat. My shame bag. Don't ever refer to your tits as shame bags ever again in my presence. Don't ever refer to your tits as shame bags in my presence ever again. Of course, that's what gets... I know. It's always butts or boobs or something with Steph, and she's always like, hi, hello, I'm here. You called? You rang? Oh, please tell me I can just get in. Let me in. Everyone's playing Zelda. All my friends logging in playing Zelda. Makes me laugh. Let's see. Maybe if you use the terminal side, that would force the door back open. Without a way, we're kind of stuck. Okay, so can I get underneath it again, like I did the last 75? What is happening? I've already been there, haven't I? Whoa, why are they falling so much? Can you get crushed by these and die? I wonder if those can kill you. Probably, right? Oh no, I wanted one of those lizards. Alright, so... Oh, there's Eris! Everybody's so funny. Honestly, I'm gonna think I'll ramble and have a short day. Like, honestly, today has been kind of not a great day for me either. So, I'm not necessarily opposed to ending earlier than intended. But also, like, I'm gonna keep vibing if I'm vibing, you know? Wait, I keep finding these boners. What do you do with them? Wait, can I make a boner? Wait, no, let's do this. A boner. A boner. Steph just, like, has a tit dart. You can be calling for hours, but as soon as you say something related to memories, she shows up. She literally, like, I'm like, Steph, I need a mod. Steph, please. Steph, please, Steph. And I'm like, oh my god, boobs. And Steph's like, boobs? Days ending and Y are usually butts. Yeah. It's more just like everything today has just been... I don't want to say bad, because that's not true. Just everything has been not working in my favor today. Like, I went to the store, and, like, almost every single thing that I went to the store to buy today was out. And then there was, like, traffic on the way home. And then it was, like... Then my internet was acting up. And it was just, like... And I'm like, come on. Like, it's the first day. It's the first day. The first actual day of my vacation. Like, you are not going to deny me this right now. And then this game is, like, kicking my ass, like, unnecessarily and making me feel like a pleb. And I'm like, am I bad? Like, am I suddenly bad at games? For next raid video? What does it say? Oh no. Is it me going, Steph, please? Oh, shoot. And the ragdoll. Okay, hold on. So how do I get under... Is it not under? Do I have to get over? Like, is this an over one? I keep finding these boners. What do you do with them? Perfect, thank you. Why am I allowed to speak? Alright. Okay, so is there anything underneath any of these? Like, is there a cave right here? That'd be so creepy. I wonder the same thing about me. I hate it here. Alright, let's look. Wait, here? Is this bombable right here? No. No, this is literally just another lift. Okay. Shit. Okay, well, I guess we'll try again. What? Where the heck do you get under this tower from? Wait, can I go from above? Wait, is this one just open? Oh my god, I'm going in the butthole. Whee! Did it. I did it! So some people don't understand 90% of what I say. It's just a funny haha. A funny haha? You can't say funny haha things, don't you know?
Oh.
That's right. Using the terminal did open the door. Thank you. That's a big help. Now then. Sure. You're welcome. I did all the work, but you should definitely take a break. After that, I suppose. But yeah, Chris, if you're around later, depending on how Jessica feels, we could definitely brainstorm the Battle Pass stuff. If you want, obviously. If not, I'll just play Valheim. Nice. Alright, so I need what? 4? I say 4 more every time, and then it still ends up being like 7. Oh, but not me? Well, no, because you're streaming with your boobies all out. Like a whore. Whee! Oh, these are bad ones. Okay. You are a bad man. You are a bad man. Yes, get stuck. Get stuck. Amazing. Okay. So, what I have learned, and I don't know if anyone else who plays this game has also learned this yet, but these little batteries right here that you can, like, build with, they, make it so you don't have to, use your own batteries. Which is really dope. Like, they charge your stuff, and you don't have to use your own batteries. Isn't that awesome? Okay. So this goes up there, and all the way over to there. Oh, okay. Holy shit, okay. And then this goes over here, and this just disconnects? Or does this die? Oh. Oh. Alright, let's get rid of first. Yeah, haha. What? I'll have to see how bad she's feeling. No, I know. That's what I said. Like, if it depends, it depends, it depends. It depends. It all depends. God, fuck off. I don't want you to anyway. Jesus, fuck. Oh, I'm married. Ugh. We know, Chris. Kidding. Or am I? Oh, I should have just turned the whole minecart around. I'm stupid. But, are you kidding? Am I? Oh no, I suppose we'll never know. I suppose we'll never know. What the? This fucking fly. I'm gonna get it. Ah! My goal today is to get this fly. Whether it kills me or not. Okay. I'm stuck in my own creation. Is the missus just not feeling great, or is she with child? You must tell me, because I'm a stranger on the internet and I deserve to know your personal situation. Or you can tell me to fuck off. Your preference. They are just sick. Chris had the poopies this morning because of some, I guess, something they ate yesterday. So, she's just got the poopies. Which is okay. Everybody poops. Sick of Chris being stinky. Yeah. Precisely. Oh, that one is still nowhere near any place I have explored down there. That's insane. Wait, is that a... Is that a shooting star, or is that my arrow? Is that a shooting star, or was that legitimately just my arrow going for 500 years? Whee! Final fuck off and die, you get your wish? Oh my god, finally. All after all this time. Oh, I was so close that time. I was so close that time to getting that fly. Okay, can I ascend here? I don't know why I'm looking up like a bozo. Everybody understand how much it sucks? Sorry to hear. Yes, precisely. Oh, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Wait, what do you here? Oh, here we go. Can I break with this? No, it needs to be a blade. Okay, do I have a blade? I do. Blade! Get bladed. Oh, it's like a little maze in here. Oh, shit. I was not expecting you, good sir. You are on fire? You are no longer on fire because you are dead. Okay, nice. Yeah, 50 pounds of grease that made us sick. Yeah, gross. Yeah, gross. Okay, have I explored everywhere in here before I go back up? Because I'm gonna ascend again, but I just have to make sure that I've explored. Especially because I have no cooking supplies. What is that noise? Alright, if you guys see me just like freak out, like clap my hands or whatever, it's because I'm trying to get this stupid fly that's been in my room for like 4 days. And tonight, it's just getting very ballsy, and it's been flying in front of my face tonight. Wait, why does my Traveler's Claymore have a little shiny thing on it? Like, it's like a shiny Pokemon or something. Half of this game is asking what that noise is. You're not wrong. But also, sometimes, like, I know what the noise is, you know? No way, I'm doing it. What is this? What is it? Is it a stick log? What is this called? It's called a log club. That's boring. Excuse me. Gotta collect all, I know, all the shiny weapons. Gotta do my shiny, my Pokédex, my shiny weapon dex, I guess. Okay, what else do I have that's bladed? Do I have anything else bladed other than this? No? How am I gonna cut my, whatchamacallits down here? Alright. My shiny, don't break. Alright. We're not risking it. We're not risking it. We're not risking it. I don't know why it has the shiny symbol though. Like, I genuinely want to figure it out. I don't know. Okay, so now... Oh, fans. Okay, good. I was gonna say, how am I gonna get across? But there's fans over here hidden. They were hidden. They're being silly little goosies. And then we got a battery. So we don't have to use our own. Okay, let's go. Boop. Here we go. We're going to the shrine. And there's a gumball machine over here too. Well, Baneri in chat. I like Baneri. Okay. Stop using my thing, because it's gonna get broken. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, guys. I'm so sorry. I usually try to catch it before I cough. That one got me. Okay, so this is a launcher. This is a shrine. Let's go to this shrine here. So this spins, which is okay. That's cool. Spinny spin. So the launch may not necessarily be in the position it needs to be, is what we can conclude here. Got some popcorn here. Crunchy. Water makes a way. Okay. Okay, this is actually pretty easy to figure out. It's not gonna be pretty, but it'll work. Okay. Can I, like, break this with this? There's no way. Can I just take one of these? Oh my god, I can. I got cocky. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So can I just, like, stack these then? Well, I could if I could get it out of here. That's very unfortunate there. That's very unfortunate there. What?
Your health is low.
I know. I know. Okay. Okay, so. I feel like I do this. Okay, and then it should just make new things for me, right? That's not far enough. Okay. That's even worse than before. Okay. Oh my god, this fly! At this point, it's just taunting me. Like, he's in my face. Okay. Easy. Have you tried drinking? I haven't. I wonder if it'll give me, hydration. Oh! Did I get it? No. I got it that time. So close. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous that that's a thing. Okay, so. I get it. Okay, I understand. I understand. I understand. Okay, now. Okay, so it's just gonna keep making a thing now. What I need to do I need to get that. I need to get this hydrant. Okay, I got it. Got it. I got it. I got it. Easy. Easy. Just one piece of hair right here. Right, one more shrine. And then we're gonna go churn our stuff in. Okay, so this thing still spins, which is interesting. Because where is it trying to launch you? Up to there, maybe? Oh, I only have 4 of those. 2 of those. Let's use these. Ooh, a battery, nice. A hydrant. So do you have to interact with some of these before they show up? That seems to be the impression there. Let's see what else we get real quick. Let's see. I think you have to interact with stuff before they drop from the gumball machines. Now we have some building pieces, which is nice. Hmm. Right there's the star. That's the star right there, I think, isn't it? Yeah, or one of them. Was there 2 stars? Because isn't there one right here too? Mm-hmm. There's 2 stars. I wonder what they are. Do you think I can make it? I don't think I can make it. Hmm. Can't see. Oh. Alright. Let's get launched. So. We want to go here now? Like, is there anything here? There's nothing here. There's nothing on this island. I mean, there's like materials, but material girl. Hmm. There's a treasure chest below, but how do I get down there? Right here. It's gonna be another map, though. Oh, wow, it was batteries. Okay. That's actually useful, though. See, what is this? It doesn't mean anything. I thought for sure the little, green circle hex things at the bottom of islands would mean, like, teleport here. I don't think we'll make it there. What's that? Is that tracks? No, that's tracks all around, Death Mountain. Okay, yeah, let's try. We might make it. Or close to it. Look at him flying over there. Do we see him? Him scary. Popcorn is so gross to eat, guys. You cannot read it. Okay. There's nothing. There's nothing on here. Wow. I can't read it. Oh, I would murder for some popcorners right now, my dude. I would straight commit crimes for some popcorners right now. Okay. Topcomers. Oh no! I just wanted to look, but I guess we're going to this Sheikah Slate thing over here. Where's Dragon Bro? Because he's terrifying. Oh, there he is. is. Oh, there. Okay. I like lost track of where we were going for a second. Alright, this one shouldn't be very hard to find the tier. That's a Korok right there, for sure. That was the Kool-Aid. Okay, but you saw what I saw, right? Look, there's 2 boners here. Why? Why is this what we're doing right now? Hey, shut up! It's a cutscene.
It is quite an interesting device. This is definitely not from this era. That said, I believe there may be a way to get the travel functionality working here. I'd like to tinker with it a bit. Would it be okay if I borrow it?
Yes, whatever you need. I really appreciate your help.
Then I'll hold on to it.
So you really believe my story? That I came from the future?
I
He was
never
just getting
doubted
ahead
you
of
for
the
a
joke.
moment.
Minoru, do you know of a way we could help to return
I thought
Zelda
her name was
back
Mineral.
to her time?
I suspect it was the power of your secret stone that allowed you to travel through time. To put it simply, secret stones amplify the power their owners possess. I am able to separate my spirit from my body. Rauru can repel or destroy evil with his power of light. And Sonia, she can control time. As for you, I can sense both light and time powers. But your secret stone seems to amplify your time power.
Time power.
Ultimately, the secret stone only amplifies your power. It doesn't suddenly grant you mastery and control. That's still up to you. That means, if you don't already know how to get yourself home...
I like her magic little floating scarf she's got.
There are stories about the secret stones and a forbidden act called draconification. To swallow a secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Interesting. Another way to reach the future, though not a very quick one. So you think these stories could hint at a solution to our dilemma?
Yes. But there is still more to those tales. To become an immortal dragon is to lose oneself. That is why it is forbidden. I thought maybe this could lead to a solution, some way to transcend time. But if you have to sacrifice your heart and mind, sacrifice what makes you you.
Wait,
I'm sorry. I wish I could help more.
Didn't Farosh and Dinral
Back where we
and
started.
Naedra do that?
There's still hope. I think the answer to this problem lies in study, and learning more about the nature of your power. I'm sure Sonia would be happy to help you.
Okay.
Interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, it doesn't... I mean, all it did was kind of just raise more questions. But... So, okay. So right now, Zelda is in the past. Okay? So Zelda's in the past. She is with Rauru and Sonia, who are essentially the first king and queen of Hyrule. And they are, I'm assuming that they are Zonai. I'm assuming that they are Zonai, like the race that they are. So if they said that you can turn into a dragon by sacrificing yourself. So the original three they're not sages, but they're like the original three, like in Zelda, like the original three spirits are like Faori, Neru, and Din something. Oh, just Din, because it's Din's fire. Yeah. So they like sacrifice themselves and they become like the three essences that you collect in Ocarina of Time. Like Din's fire, Faery's wind, and Neru's love. So then in these games, you have the three dragons, which are Farosh, Dinral, and Nadra, which are obviously supposed to be representations of the original three spirits that like sacrifice themselves for Hyrule. So I'm curious if like they did that and they turned themselves into Dargons. They turned themselves into Dargons. Very interesting. Very interesting. I don't understand why I can't grab this fly. So eventually you're supposed to be able to fight those fuckers? Like, there's no way. I can't fight anyone right now. Is there anything there? Do we think there's anything in that tree? There's probably at least a Korok in that tree. What's that? It's a sky island just very close to the horizon of the ground there. Okay, anything? Anything? There's nothing? There's not a single thing up here? Not a Korok? Not a bird's nest or anything? That's wild. Alright, so there's a shrine over there on the other side of that butthole. And then, let's see. Do we see any more shrines? Over in here. Seems suspicious. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nothing in here? That's wild. Oh my god. Just trying to use it as an advantage here. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh. Oh, there is a Korok here. It's just not what we expected it to be. You kidding? Are you kidding me? There it is. There it is, see? It was just not what we thought. Yeah, haha! Okay. So, let's... Alright, let's head over that way, I guess? Oh, what's right here? Oh, some construct. Maybe I can get some parts here. Fuse attack power. Alright. Ooh, a shock-like stone? What's that do? Come on, give me a crit hit. There we go, jeez. Well, that sucks, because I lost the element of surprise. I don't think they can get up here, though, can they? They can throw stones at me, though? Hilarious. They're just gonna throw rocks at me? That's so funny. Okay, you're almost dead. You're dead. I'm gonna use all my- no, I'm gonna use all my arrows during this. Not wasting. Not wasting. Nice. I should have just done that from the get. Alright, I wanna, like, constructs are important to kill, though, because you get the pieces that you can use to get more other pieces. Kill them all. Oh, I am. I am killing every last one of them. I'm killing every last one of them. Hi, Rachel. How you? Strong construct bow broadsword. These people just be doing anything nowadays. Like, that's crazy. I good, how you? I good. It's been a day. It's been kind of a day. Honestly. It's a bit of a bum. Bit of a bummer. But, you know. We doing. Alright, we're going to this yellow. I think I have to go up here. A day it has? Yeah, it's been a day, like... And there's, like, a small part of me that's, like... I feel like this is the first day of my vacation, you know what I mean? If this is, like, the first day of my vacation, is that how the whole week's gonna be? Is the game a nice distraction? Yes and no. Like, yes, because, like, I love Zelda. I love exploring. Like, I love the game. But I feel like it's much harder than Breath of the Wild. And so I'm getting my ass kicked a lot, which is not fun. And it's just like, dude, like, what the hell happened in between Breath of the Wild and this game where Link is suddenly, like, so weak? Well, we know what happens. I've seen the cutscenes, but still. Alright, so I think if we get this last shrine here, if we finish it... Oh, there's another one over there. So I think if we finish this shrine here, that should be enough to trade in. And we'll get 2 hearts and 1 stamina. He did get his armor. I know. I know. Like, canonically, I know. But gameplay-wise, I'm like, I don't like being weak. You found Breath of the Wild to be too difficult. See, I found the combat in Breath of the Wild relatively easy for me, because you could kind of just hack and slash your way through, like, depending on, like, your weapons. With this, it's like, no, everything is stronger. Oh my god, I like, just heard, like, the crash, and I got really scared. Like, everything is stronger than you. You have to make your own weapons. Oh, look at how pretty Nadra is. Look at how pretty she is. Oh my gosh. Oh, did I get it that time? No. Fuck, I'm gonna get this fly! I'm gonna get it, guys. I swear. I know I look insane. I know I literally look insane. But I'm gonna get this fucking gnat or fly or whatever this is that has been flying around my bedroom for like 3 days. It came inside when we were doing dog stuff. You know, washing the dogs, letting the dogs out. It came inside and it worked its way upstairs into my room and it can't work its way back out and it's been in here. To set everything on fire, I honestly feel like that might be the answer by now. Like, right here, I know you can't see it, but right here is a fly trap. It's right here. Just go get caught. Go die. But it won't. It just, I think it's my light. I think it's like the glow of all the monitors plus like my light. Like, it's so attracted to this area right here, which is like my area. Interesting. So this one is called Pull and Force. So do I... See, I can't get up far enough. Oh, it bounces. Okay, how long does it bounce for, though? Okay. Okay, hold on. So how do I get higher to be able to get it to... A giant horsefly flew right into my chest and died on my desk. I about died. Honestly! Honestly! Like, mind your business, bug. This ain't for you. Alright. Drop. Okay, hold on. How do I get it to go further in the air? Okay, hold on. Hi, Trem. No, I'm... I don't want to say I've been getting stuck. I haven't been getting stuck, but there's been quite a few puzzles this time around that I have had to dig quite deep into the recesses of my brain. See, this one... Okay, hold on. Let me think for a second. So we get the ball bounces. But I don't think... we can get it to go far enough, high enough, I meant. What the fuck? Okay, what other... There's two abilities I don't have. One is the camera. Also, why don't I have the camera? I'm not looking it up. There's an email I'm waiting for. I was just checking for it. Okay, let me think. Alright, I don't believe there's a fly there unless... I see it until I think you're crazy swinging in the air. I'm surprised you haven't seen it because it's flown right in front of the camera several times. Okay, so you'll never see it? So you'll always think I'm crazy then. Okay, alright. Let's use our brains. Let's use our brains. Alright, so we can't lift any higher than we already are. That was a ghost orb. Oh my gosh, are we playing Faz? No, I know. Haha, I know that you guys already think I'm crazy. Trust. Alright, let's do this. It's not enough. Wait, no, that won't work either. Hold on. Because I was gonna say, what if I rewind it so it's up there where I was holding it, and then I grab it again and lift it up again? But I don't think that it's a matter of that. I think it's where I'm standing, I actually physically can't lift it any higher than that. Right, is there any platforms for me to ascend? No. This is the first puzzle, chat. There's another puzzle after this. No, Trem, I'm not telling you because I don't want you to give me hints. I don't think this is it, but I'm just gonna try. Like, yes, it's called, hold on, I'll look in a second. There is. Okay, hold on. And then do this again. Rewind this again. Grab this again. Nope, see, I literally can't get higher than that. Okay. So the name of this is Deep Force. Okay. Like, oh my god, is it this? Oh. Wait, oh, I see! Guys, do you see the holes on the top? And on the bottom of the ball? Here we go. Okay. I try not to look at the ball. Honestly, for some reason, my brain was still thinking of the last one, the ebb and flow. Like, I walked into this one and read it, but we did ebb and flow last, and for some reason my brain was still stuck on that. Not sure why. That's your issue, don't think? Well, I mean, also, like, that's still kind of a clue. Like, reminding me to read something is still kind of a clue. Alright, there's no way this is actually gonna work. Underneath? Really? No. Okay, where's the ball? Is there a ball? There's no ball. Okay. So, did I get it? No. Damn it! I really thought I got it that time. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's the shield that I can't get. Alright, does this one have to go on its end, maybe? There it is. That's like not... That's like not how water works. Like, I just want to let you know that that's not how water works. That would not work. Okay. So do I break this first? Okay. I don't know if I got it that time. I'm not looking. I'm afraid. You're trying to logic? I'm not trying to logic, but like, I don't like when games are like, oh, do this, and it's like, that's not how this fucking works, dude. Oh, I get this. Okay, hold on. This one goes under here. Like... this. No. Under... Ooh, hold on. Okay. It's like that ride. It's like the elevator. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to hold it down for like a long time. So that way when we do our rewind, we've got a little bit of time here. Okay. Okay. So now... Easy. Did it. Okay. So that should be 12. Yep. Okay, so now let's turn these in. Let's go turn these in. Let's go turn these in. Where can we turn in orbs? Oh, we've dropped a few frames. We're back. Okay. Kakarika Village, I guess? Kakarika Village. I have snacky munchies. Snacky munchies. But I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want to eat. Snacky, but I don't know what I want. Nom nom nom. Oh! There goes Nadra in the butthole. See, she's going right there in the butthole. Can I hit her? There's no fucking way I can hit her from here. There's no way. Yeah, it doesn't even go that far. Can I make it over there and hit her? No, I'm not gonna make it before she goes in. Damn. Alright. Hello, pray to me. Okay. 2 heart containers and a stamina container. Two hearts and a stamina container. Get rid of the goo. Nice. Okay, one more. One more. And then we'll get a stammy stam. You know what I do have? I have blueberry pancakes. I could just toss it in like the little toasty oven over there and get some blueberry pancakes going. That sounds good. I also have some jasmine rice I could warm up. That sounds good. Bing. Okay. I have 8 hearts now. Let's see if everything still one-shots me. What do you have? Oh yeah, that's right. I need to do a quest for you. Picking. Pink overload, I know. The purple one's a little dark. I think I have to fix it. Grab a chimkin? Okay. Have fun with chimkins. Oh, I like that it's still the same background music, but it's like muffled. Like to like imply that you're underground. Like the background music just like plays in Kakariko. I also have to pee, so I actually think we might take a little break. So I can go to the bathroom. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We'll go right here. And I'm gonna go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I return. Okay. Welcome back, thanks. Okay, let me pull one of the windows out. There we go. Doing this. So I'm assuming following the lamps will lead us somewhere. What is this little area here? Someone's... Oh wait, isn't this the girl who has all the recipes, right? I also made a little cup of a rice while I was downstairs. A little white rice. Read the tattered notebook, yeah. The beloved husband always gives it his all in working in service of others. I admire that about him. He's been working himself to the bone ever since being granted the honor of guarding Lady Impa. I wish for him to always be in good health and good spirits. Well, that's nice. That's why I made him a tough meat stuffed pumpkin using fortified pumpkin and fresh meat. I was thrilled that he kept saying it was tasty and going back for more. I hope it filled his heart as well as his stomach, okay? Oh, Katla, she's so cute. I love her so very much. The apple of my eye. Hot buttered apple. Apple and goat butter. That makes sense, obviously. Energizing honey apple. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if I ascend, where is this gonna put me? Like, in someone's house? That'd be hilarious. Could you imagine? Just, like, ascending and just, like, land, like, in someone's house. Nope. This is it's completely different. Okay. Oh, there's a silent princess up top here. So we did all of that stuff, right? So really, the only places I have left to go are places that I need to for the story. Food coma, ote. Enjoy your food, Toma. Okay, so my story quests are here, here, and here. So okay. Yeah, see? It's annoying. I mean, I suppose I suppose we can try the Zora one again. Now that we've, I don't know, gotten 2 more hearts, maybe we can try the Zora one again. Who knows? Ooh, where's that? Hello, notebook. Oh, hello, little person. Demon King together. Oh, the Demon King? We know who that is. We know who the Demon King is. The sages. There's no way that, like, Saria and stuff is gonna be in this, right? Alright. Let's go do this. Or let's try to do this one more time. I don't think we can do it, but we're gonna try. A Darmanitan. Okay. This is tough. This is a tough boss. It's just a little goopy guy, but he literally one-hits me. How many arrows do I have before I try? 22? Okay, no. We need to buy some arrows first. Who are we gonna go to? We might have to go do some beetle rounds. Like, just go shop from beetle, not go find beetles. Interesting. Alright, we need arrows. I'm gonna try to use arrows. I'm gonna try to use fused arrows. See if that will do the trick. The poo! Oh no, the poo! Alright, where's the shop? Do you have arrows? You do.
Oh.
I'll take them all. Yes. Okay, oh, I'll take rice too, actually. I'll take them all. Splash fruit?
Oh.
This might be helpful in this fight, so let's try it? Alright, where else can we grab some arrows really quick? Wait, where's the stable around here? There's no way there's no stable. Let's see. Wait, I put a heart there because, oh yeah, the music people are there, that's right. I was like, why? And also, there's not a fast travel near Terrytown? I don't. Okay, how many arrows do we have now? Oh my god, why am I the worst? Why can I not push buttons? 37. That's still not enough arrows. Okay, let's go to... Alright, let's go back to Kakariko, I guess, and we'll go to the general store there. Well, I don't know if the general store at Kakariko even has any arrows. Are gemstones... good to sell this early game, or should I be saving them for something? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Alright, where is the store? Right here. Oh, the store is literally right here. Or I guess both stores are right here. Are you clothing? Oh, here's supplies. Arrows. Here we go.
Oh.
I'll take them all. Yes. Okay, how many can I get of these? 4 of those. Alright. That's all I can. Alright, maybe I can sell. I think I'm gonna sell some stuff. Learn into more archers like you. Okay. I want to sell. I like how I'm like, don't talk to me about random things that I don't care about. Type. There we go. So I think I have a lot of opals. I'm gonna sell these. Oh. Oh. Don't you just make that noise when you were shopping? Oh. Oh. Always. I know. That's my shopping noise. Oh. Okay. Ah.
Oh.
Oh. Ah. Alright, can I buy the stealth armor yet? Whoa, chill your cock, okay? You're being very rude right now. Is the real joy in life? It's true. It's true. Alright. 5,000? There's no way that this stealth suit costs 15,000 rupees. There's no way that this costs 15,000 rupees. Holy shit, it's 30k for both of these. There's no way. What's the rupee farm? Somebody has to know what the rupee farm is here. Oh my gosh. I'm literally blown away right now. Like the actual audacity. Like the actual audacity right now. The actual audacity right now. That shit was like 600, 500, and 500 or something last game. Like, not even. I think it was like 300 for like the face thing, and I think the chest piece was like 700, and the pants were like 500 or something. I know Link is gonna have to literally start whoring himself out because I can't afford this. Beetle, do you have arrows?
Wow!
Gemstones, okay. You don't give more for them, okay. What have you got? Arrows. All. Ow! I just hit my knee. Okay, I want that. No. I'll take them all. Okay. Do you think that's enough arrows now for this? Or do I have to go to Beetle again, but like different? I have to go to a different Beetle someplace else. The same Beetle, but different. Okay, how many arrows do I have now? 87. Alright, let's go to one more Beetle. Let's go here, and let's get Ghost while we're here. Get Host. Whew. I was thinking, maybe I shouldn't say it, because if I change my mind, then someone's gonna be like, I thought you weren't. I was thinking about maybe not streaming tomorrow, and like, just taking like a May Day, and like, getting some laundry done, and getting some cleaning done. But, like, if I finish my stuff early, or if I get my stuff done, like, I could possibly stream. But then I was also thinking, I was like, what if I, like, just co-stream? Like, what if I just stream and, like, do my laundry, like, while I'm streaming, you know? Like, and, you know, every hour and a half I go swap it, and you guys do, like, words on stream. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I feel like I have some stuff that I really should be getting done. Yeah, sure. I feel like I have some stuff I should be getting done while I'm on vacation. But all I want to do is play Zelda. Like, all I want to do is play Zelda. I don't even want to do anything else. It's a dilemma, guys.
Wow! Oh. Yeah, yeah. Wow! Yay!
Want these.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Alright. Let's go. Just because I'm curious, I want to go to one more Beetle, because his inventory changes. Did I do this one first? No, I did this one first, right? I did this one first. So let's try this one. I think. I could be wrong, but I think. Suzel, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you, babe. I also want to get more batteries. Maya Chadeg. But you need like a bajillion Zonai charges to get batteries, which is crazy. A beast. Ah. So interested in that. The beast stuff everyone has apparently found this out. A huge test creature. No, it's not made up. I've seen it. I've seen both of those things. You dumb head. Hello, old man. What's the news? Great fairy flees into flower bud. Woodland stable is in a panic.
Oh.
Upper blessing. Okay. Other stories?
Ah.
Blood moon. Okay. Yeah, I know all of this. Yeah. Okay. Oh. This too. I'm curious about these. Alright, have I spoken to... Alright. After this, we have to do a little quickie quick. And I think I have to talk to each of the people at the stables because I don't think I've actually spoken to each of them, which I don't think I've gotten my little horse tickets from each of them.
Ah.
What have you got?
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Oh.
Pick these ones. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Fireproof lizard. We want these. Take both of those.
Wow.
A sticky lizard.
Wow.
No, we'll get the red seeds just because these are useful for down below. Down below. And then we're poor again. Yay! Now we're poor again. Alright, so I've spoken to this guy, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh no, I haven't.
Ooh.
1 point. There we go. See? See? I knew I haven't spoken to everybody.
Oh. Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Over here, and we'll get our points. Receive reward. Okay.
Yeah.
Right with you. Got it.
Oh.
My pony points. Ooh. 3 more points.
Ooh.
Okay, I don't need that many horses. Who needs that many horses? Oh, this bitch wants me to break it in 1 hit. Do we have something that can break it in 1 hit? I need a whole boulder. Like, I need an entire boulder to do this. Nice catch, Steph. I was really hoping that there was going to be a boulder. How goes it? It goes-is. It goes-is. I'm really trying to find a boulder. Pearly! Pearly! Alright, how many arrows do we have now? 147 arrows. How's insurance been? 0.2% drop frames. So I've been dropping a little bit, but not enough for really to inconvenience very many people, I think. Somebody will be inconvenienced because somebody's always inconvenienced, but not too bad. No, it wasn't. It hasn't been too bad. I honestly, like, it's a little annoying and it's a little frustrating that in order to be able to have a stream work effectively, I essentially need to restart my router before every single stream. Not too shabby. That does suck, yeah. But I mean, also, it sucks that I'm paying for internet that doesn't work. So, Yeah, no. No matter what, it sucks. Okay. Do we see anything else right here? No. Alright, so let's head over to here, and we'll try this boss, I guess. See what happens. Guys, I love this shirt. I found this shirt after a few years. It is a Game of Thrones shirt that I got from the American... No, I got it from the Red Cross from donating blood. I just think it's super cool. It's the Iron Throne, like, in a blood splatter, and it's, like, so fitting, because it's... Game of Thrones is bloody and gruesome and all that. But also, like, it's because I give blood, and I, like, save lives, you know? Kind of cool, but kind of scary. No, it's not. It's not scary. It's not scary. Alright, I'm just gonna wait for this blood moon, and then we'll fight this guy, because I don't want a blood moon in the middle of everything. I just saw my time in your world. What do you mean? How much time you've spent in Minecraft? It's different though. It's not the blood moon rises once again. Here, have you seen it yet, Steph? We'll do it. I'll let it play this time. It's not as good as the last one, but I'll let it play this time. Here it goes. Here it goes. Alright, here I go, Seth. Here, I'll even do this.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
That's it. The world is threatened once again. Alright, guys. I'm about to get my ass kicked by this boss. Okay, we can skip this, right? I don't need to watch this. I can skip this.
Yes.
One shot him? No, he one shots me.
Oh.
There we go. Okay, here he is. Two-stage rocket. Did Broseph do that, or did you see somebody do that? Okay, we got it, we got it. Okay, when Sidon's aura is charged, he can create a bubble of water that blocks an incoming enemy. If you swing your weapon, okay. See, I don't get, like...
You need to get up close and personal with it. Be careful.
Ooh. Where's... There they are. You... See? He one-hits me. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I just got 2 more fucking hearts, too. Oh my god. Like, even the blights didn't do this shit. Oh, I have to cutscene again. This is so fucking stupid. The fact that I have to cutscene again.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to watch this 100 times because I'm gonna keep dying 100 times. Please? Please. Please? No, you're gonna make me sit through this whole thing. I haven't even done the ability. Like, I haven't even done the ability that he has yet. Like, I haven't even used the ability yet. He just obliterates me. He just fucking one-hits me. There's no way. Like, there's no fucking way. This is so stupid. Okay. Alright. So let's switch to this. We'll do this.
Nice job, Link.
Well, he's naked now. Oh, can I... Do you not like fire now, or? Oof, oof. Okay. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, so we need to get water on him again. Okay, nice. Now, let's hit him with something to make him spit his little blower out. Okay, hit his little thingy. Hit his little thingy. You know what I didn't do, chat? Make food. So I don't fucking die. Oh my god. This is not how you're supposed to do this. Like, I'm supposed to be getting his ability. Oh, wait. Let's go. Nice. Okay, so how do I... Ah! Okay. Nope. This is a bad idea. Hold on, I need food. This is a bad idea. This is such a bad idea. This is such a bad idea. Shit. I can't see. Oh, he's almost dead. Come on, come on. Okay, okay, okay. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, okay. Okay. Spit out your ulva. Let's go. Oh my god. That took entirely too fucking long. Okay, first boss down. Okay. Okay, okay, I'm not gonna lie. That was entirely me just being stupid. I didn't know that I had to talk to Sidon to tell him to, like, do his ability. I was under the impression that the fight was simply not lasting long enough for his ability to, like, charge for him to, like, give it to me. So, that entire time that I was like, oh, I keep getting one shot, it was because I didn't realize that I had to actually activate the ability, and it wasn't that he needed to charge it. So, I was stupid, but also, the game kind of didn't explain, like, go talk to Sidon, you know, so, yeah. Anyways, lol. They did give you a good instruction on how to activate it. That's on you. It is on me. I didn't know what to do. We are unharmed. Thank goodness. That's not on you. I got you. Return to the domain at once. Pillar of light that he said appeared in the reservoir begs to be investigated. This may be our opportunity to learn the cause of the sludge falling from the sky.
Yes.
Leave this place. Okay. So now we're gonna go back to the sky, I think. We shall be fine. While you're playing, I was like, but how do you do the water thing? They never told her. Exactly. Like, it's like once my ability's charged, you know, I'll give you a shield and then you unleash it. And it was like, it never said, like, you have to come talk to me and get your ability. Like, I thought he would just, like, put the shield on me when he was ready. You're a prince of the Zora. Whether you want me to or not, you are yielding to the fear of losing someone you love again. Oh no. You must overcome your past and face whatever the future holds with courage.
Come now.
Enough is enough. Oof. Oof. You're not acting like yourself.
Hey now.
Hey now. You're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. I like her little belt though, honestly. Like you always do.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes. I see. There it is. Clear as day. Steering into my fear. Once more losing someone I love. You are right, Yona. I will not give in to this fear. Oh, my blanket is like so crooked and stuff, guys. Ugh. I'll not give in to this fear, nor forsake my trust in you. I'll leave this place to you, my love. Oh, chapstick. To the pillar of light. I shall blaze on ahead, my friend. Okay. It's a little rude of you. You could literally, like, swim me over there, but sure. I'm so glad. Wait a second. Was this, like, the pre-boss, and I'm about to, like, go to, like, the dungeon? He is the sun in my sky. Gross. Gross. Is that a shooting star? Ooh, what's there? What did I mark? They were showing you the real boss mechanics? Honestly, like, you're probably... Because I was about to say, like, there's no dungeons, and people were already complaining that Breath of the Wild didn't have dungeons. So if they didn't even put something equivalent to Divine Beasts in this, you know people would be losing their shit. Alright, what's over... Is there anything near this blue? This is near this blue. Why? What is this? What are you? Oh, this is a mountain. Oh, this is Death Mountain. I can't go up here yet. This is blue. Ooh. Convenient. Okay. Oops, there's a shrine right there. And that one literally just fell below us. Okay. Oh, I have this is convenient. That was an accident. Nice. So this says connected? Above? Oh. It is above. So I'm below. Okay. Okay. Where'd that shrine go that I saw while I was flying? Oh, can I get to that one right there? I don't think I can. I think it's gonna be too hot. Let's see. Well, maybe not. That might still be climbable here. That might work. That might still be doable. Or we're gonna die of the heat. But maybe we can get in here just long enough to activate it without dying. Nice. Okay. Against the flow. Okay, against the flow. Oh. Okay, give me this. Give me all this. Okay, so I need to get a ball. I'm not picking my nose, I'm adjusting my nose ring. Alright, I need to get a ball from there. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna rewind. Nope, not yet. I'm gonna rewind this one right here. Perfect. Rewinding, rewinding, rewinding. Back up, everybody back up, everybody back up. Okay, we're good. Picking up. Okay. No! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Throw. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. No. Oh my god. Okay. Oh no, what did I do for? Get up. Okay. Okay, now go back, forward. Back up. Okay. So if I throw it, maybe if I throw it, oh my god! If I could just hit the right button ever. Why? That was just he literally just got wedged between those two platforms. That sucks. Okay, is the ball still here though? Is it gone? It's still over there. It's still over there. Yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. It's annoying. But it's whatever. That one. Oh, this is really screwing me right now? Is this for real what's happening right now? Like, you can piss off? There's no fucking way. Oh my god, whatever. Sometimes I swear this game is just out for me. Oh, a strong Zonite shield. Okay. Let's get rid of this one. Sometimes I might be right. I think a lot of times I'm right. Oh no, the ball is here. Alright, hold on. Grab. Grab. Or you can just stand there like an idiot too, Link. That's fine. Alright, so we're gonna throw this way. And then we're gonna jump up. Oh my god, we did it this time. Ooh. Could you imagine if it rolled it rolled into the previous puzzle? Oh my gosh, I would have been so ticked. Rolled into the puzzle before, like a loser. Okay, now. A fan? Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so I gotta use the fans. I'm guessing. Use the fans to create an updraft. To ride the updraft up to get these hydrants. Okay, now. Okay. So, OMFG what? If the ball had rolled into the previous puzzle, right? Right? Alright, so let's do this. And then Is that gonna work? Okay, so that doesn't work. That doesn't work. But it gave me an idea. Okay. This is not how I expected any of this to go, but you know. Sometimes. Jet! Lay your butt down. I see you, shyster. I see you. You're not slick. As much as you think you are, you're not. I want them to fly across. Okay, hold on. Let's use our brains for a second. So. Hold on. No. It's gonna work. I just have to figure it out. It's gonna work, poorly. It'll work. Okay. There has to be a way, right? Okay. Okay. Corsola. Okay, so this is the direction that we want it to face for it to go forward. Okay, so what if we do this to propel it forward, okay? And then we do one on the bottom to keep it propelling upward. This is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. It's already too top heavy, I can see. Well, it has stuck itself to a platform now. So that's something. Okay. So it's sticking itself to stuff now, okay? Better than nothing. I'm wondering if we can use said platform to our advantage now. Oh wait, hold on. Maybe not be a silly goose and turn it off before I put this on here and it ruins everything. Alright, so I've got one under. I've got, oh shit. How do I get my hydrant back? Alright, hold on, I gotta get this. I just need to borrow this for a second. I'll give it right back. I promise. Okay, I need the hydrants now. Alright, so I think this is not gonna work. But we're trying it anyway. Okay. So we'll get one on, no, we'll put the fan back on the back to keep the acceleration going, right? Right? And then we'll put this buddy in the front room to get the sprayage going here. Okay, let's see. Do we think this will work? I think it will work, chat. Okay, hold on. Both on the back. Both on the back. That might have enough propelling. Okay. Let's try this one. Okay, so funny story, chat. You don't need the other fire hydrants anymore. Or we'll just continue to make blocks. It's fine though, we're fine. We're just chugging along. Everything's fine. Making moves. I'm on fire. Let go. Let go! Why? Why? Let go. You're... I can't get it off. Like, it's literally pushing me in the... I can't get this piece off. You son of a bitch. You literally knocked us so fucking far off track, and you weren't even stuck? This is a joke, man. This game's a joke. This game's a joke! Like, that shit wasn't even stuck. It wasn't even stuck. That's so annoying. And now I can't turn the thing around. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm fucking dead. There we go. Fine. That's fine. I need to turn around. Alright. Alright, alright. Can I like fix this in the middle here? Alright, attach. There we go. Alright. Grab you. I am so straight irritated that block got stuck without actually being stuck. Like, that is so... Why? Why are you sticking to things? Stick to the thing that you're... Alright, I'm about to lose my cool because... There we go. At least stick to the right platform. That's all I care about. Just stick to the right platform. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was absolutely stupid. Like, that was actually stupid. And now we're going too far this way. Okay. Now, I turn this off. That's so... You're kidding me right now with that. Okay, spin me in a circle. That's fine. That seemed really fucking dumb. Honestly, like, that was so stupid. The fact that that block got stuck when it, like, shouldn't have was really stupid. Okay, so actually, I have an idea. What if we do this instead? What if we go this way? Oh, fuck. This way. Alright, and then... Just for now. Wait, can I just use this? Oh, I would have loved if I could have literally just propelled myself. I'm literally gonna die. Simply because, like, that thing just, like, keeps spinning around on me. Okay. I'm not going the right way again. Okay, so stop. Okay, so I'm gonna grab these. I'm gonna move these, if it'll let me grab them. And then we're gonna go here. Oh my god. This is it, chat. This is the one. This is the one where you see me actually lose my mind. This is the one. This is the one, chat. I need these things to break. Because now I can't get them. Oh, yes, I can. Okay, that's one. Okay. fucking seriously. I was perfectly fine. I was perfectly fine until that block that was not stuck got stuck. Okay. There we go. Now. Don't lose your mind. No, that was so stupid. That was so stupid. That I could, no matter what I did, I could not grab that block and move it. It just was stuck. Like, I couldn't pull forward, I couldn't pull backwards. Like, it was straight just stuck. Don't move. Just go straight forward. Don't move. Just go straight forward. Straight forward. Nowhere else. Perfect. Yeah, that was just really annoying. That was just really, like... That was just like a big insult slap in the face. Like... Oh, okay. Cool. Alright, that's one. How much? Oh, it's only been 4 hours? Really? Oh. Well, technically it's been longer, but I had to restart stream a shit ton of times. Okay. We can skip all this. Okay. See, I like the shrines that are puzzles, not like fighting a bunch of enemies, you know? I might have been willing to trade you for a bit as I was hunting glow squids. What? What do you mean? What do you mean? Bedrock Bistro. Oh, my gosh.
Oh.
Oh, why is he like zoning out? Asking to bring another marbled rock roast isn't reasonable. How about this instead? These mysterious things are only discovered by people. Looks a bit strange, I know, but it's a hard curio to come by. Marbled rock roast is in short supply and high demand around here. Everyone wants it. I've barely been keeping up. Letting our hottest commodity go to waste is unforgivable. You can make up for it by bringing me a fresh marbled rock roast. Now get that thing out of my sight. If I was able to get you some, I clearly have done it by now. Checked out the cave past the cart tracks, just like told me I couldn't get it. They said are way too dangerous. So it's gonna be dangerous for me too. Losing my mind. Oh, William went to try. I see. I see. Why is he like bugging out though? Oh, you're so fancy. Ooh. Marbled rock roast. Too much tooth crunch. Okay. Wait, they get all crazy when they eat it. I know what we're doing then. Your job. Come on, cut this out. I'm heading to Goron City to buy more. Cool, get the rupees together. You finally going. Now you're just sitting here munching. Something's up with this meat. It makes them like crazy. It makes them crazy. So, which way up the tracks do we think? No. That's where we go to Charnday. So how do I know, like, which way to go, like, for the... What do you call it that they need? The cave. Wait, what does this say? Gorn City, Bedrock Bistro. A ponyta in chat. Chat. Alright, let me think. So, is it gonna be marked yet? No, it's not marked yet, because I haven't discovered. Alright, so this is gonna be... Oh my gosh, there's a butthole in the mountain? Alright, I'm gonna guess... I'm gonna guess it's this one. If I had to guess, that's what I guess. I need some fireproof. Oh, here we go. These lizards are hard to get. But they're mucho important on the mountain. Okay. You're probably right. Probably. Probably. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. It just seems like this makes sense for there to be a cave here. I don't love the new Goron music. I find it kind of derpy. Like the horn. Like it's just like, ugh. I'd rather not. Looks sus. You've been digging the stanky jazz? Maybe it's just because I loved, like, boop boop, boop boop, boop boop, boop boop, of like the Ocarina of Time. Like I loved the Goron City music from Ocarina. East Restaurant Cafe. Cave, not cafe. Alright, can I make food here? Can't. I need fire. See, I need these little lizards right here. This is what I need. I need some fireproof elixir. I don't want the Wiz robe over there to aggro to me. Look, there's another boner over there. What do you do with all the boners? Alright, so I need to make fire. So we will drop a flint. We will drop a flint. Oh no, hold on, let's just do this. Let's just make a fire. Alright. Fireproof lizards. So let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. And a thing makes a elixir for 11 minutes. And then we'll make one more. Actually, we'll make 2 more. We'll do 3 and 3. 3 and 1. Okay. And then we'll do 3 more. 2, 3, 1. Oh. Okay. Okay. Now we've got some flame guard that we can consume. 840? No, that's the 11. Alright, so we just want this one. No, wait, what? How come this one doesn't have any hearts attached to it? Whatever. That's fine. Okay, now we won't catch on fire. Also don't have any nostalgia. Oh, see, I do. I love the old Boron music. I thought it was so fun. Bum, bum. Bing, bing, bing. Bump, 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 bump. Traveler's Spear. A Traveler's Britney Spears. What this do? Pick up. Oh, this is a minecart. Yes. Wait, are we gonna need it to go further? Probably. Oh look, there's meat. What was this guy talking about? It's literally right here. What's in here? Crouch. Stuff. There's stuff and things in here, chat. Ooh, a rocket. Okay, we love it. We love rockets. No, stop. Ooh. A thingy. A bubble frog. Oh, I missed. You got killed. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Nice. Alright, so why is there buildy stuff down here? I always get very sus when there is buildy stuff down here. Oh, is the buildy stuff? Oh, I'm gonna guess the buildy stuff is for the minecart. It's probably for the minecart. Let's just stick them together for now. Look, I got rock. Oh, I understand. I understand. We go in here, chat, and then this is gonna go on the back so that we can ride it out of here. Alright. We're gonna get all of the things. We're gonna make it work. We're gonna Tim Gun make it work. If you guys don't understand that reference, you're too young. Amazing. Listen, that's like one of my guilty pleasures. Like, I am not a reality TV show kind of person, but I love Project Runway. Like, legitimately. Legitimately. No. Oh my god, what if it went in the lava and burned up like in Minecraft? I would have been so sad. Oops. Or like, what if it caused a cave-in and I died? But IRL. Okay. Now. Let's go! The Project Runway guy? It is the Project Runway guy. I don't know if he took over for what? DC? What's DC? And stop. Boop! Bro, I just brought you so much crazy people meat. You're not even gonna know what to do with all this crazy people. I'm just saying. Look at it all. Look at it all. Look at it all. Look at it. Are you looking? Here's your meat, sir. Oh, no, you're thinking of James Gunn, I think? Like the Guardians of the Galaxy James Gunn? This is Tim Gunn, from Project Runway. Is what I'm gonna guess you're thinking of. That's what I'm guessing you're probably thinking of. Wait. Is he working on Guardians but also DC? Is that allowed? So I'm pretty sure that he is done with Marvel after the Guardians movies. Because of the stuff that happened a few years ago. It's actually rocks. This isn't a meat or a rock. It's the rarest thing I own. Take it. Thanks. Oh, thanks for the Zonai charge, I guess. This rumored beast? If the creature's really out there, I'm gonna find out. If it's edible... Okay, so what's the rumored beast? That's like the 5th person who said that. Okay. So that shrine up there is done. Oh, there's a bunch of Zonai guys right there. I can get some construct pieces. Alright, we did just hit the 4-hour mark. So I'm gonna take just a quick little break. Probably about 5 or so minutes. Stretch my legs, use the potty, and let the dogs out. So let me get this lizard. And we shall go. Here, I'll let you guys have some dirty jazz. How's that sound? A health check? Go pissed girl. Alright, here we go. We'll hang out here. Ooh, he has a new side quest for us. Alright, we're gonna hang out here, though. Get our health back. There we go. Alright, I'll be right back. Brosif, I see you discovered Pooh domain. Poohra's domain. Yeah, Zora's domain's covered in shit. It's covered in shit. Have you? Wait, here's the real question. Hold on, hold on. Have you had the shit drop on you and kill you yet? Because I have. Yeah. You've not been killed by falling shit yet? Yeah, I have. I was on a boat with a little Korok little dude, and I was like, put, we're fine. I got you, bro. And then, poof, shit came and fucking destroyed my raft and yeeted me and killed me and sent the Korok I don't even know where. Yeah. What the fuck shit? I know. Wait, are you still live? Hold on. Is this just not updated yet? I was like, are you still live right now? Not live? Oh, it just didn't update. Okay. You are dead. You are deceased. I don't blame you for being deceased. I'm not gonna stay here, though, because I don't feel like it. Alright. I am having a bit of a crisis right now, Brosif. I am just too weak. Like, I literally just... Like, everything kills me. Everything kills me. And I have, what, 8 hearts now? 1, 2, 3... I have 7 hearts now. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... I have 8 hearts now, and everything still kills me. So I just... Everything one-hits, yeah. So... I'm kind of just, like, at a loss, because I'm like, is the game... like, trying to force me to, like, stay in this area? Because I'm, like, on quests. Like, I'm not supposed to be there anymore. Like, look at where I'm supposed to be. I don't understand what the game wants from me. And I'm getting a little frustrated. Because it's, like, punishing me for exploration. Yeah, it's trying to force you to use the tools. Yeah. But it's, like, punishing me for exploration because, like, I can't do anything. So, it's like, what the fuck do I do from here? Alright, let's try this one. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm annoyed. I'm not annoyed with the game. I'm annoyed with myself. I'm annoyed that, like, I can't, like... My brain isn't able to think of what the game needs from me. No, I'm gonna cry. Be back in a bit. Why? Why you cry? No cry. No, poorly, no cry. Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm so annoyed. This one, the Zora's Domain, like clue, whatever you want to call it, was 100% an accident. I was not looking for it. I was not going for it. I was not doing anything. I was just exploring, and I was like, oh, that looks like, and I was like, oh shit. And then I put 2 and 2 together, and I did the thing on accident. I did not mean to actually, like, progress this storyline. Like, I wanted to kind of just chill, but I feel like the game is really trying to force me to progress. You know? Right, so where the hell is he? Like, where is he that I have to wait for him? Is he over here? Like, which one is he at? He's not just in the middle. I don't know where to glide. Is he over here? Alright, well, I guess I'll go here since I don't know. not here. That's awesome. Is he legit in the middle, like waiting for me in the middle? Okay. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Right. This is fine. This is fine because this. Yeah. Oh, okay. I can swim in the poo. I can. You can swim in the poo, guys. Newsflash. In case you were curious, the poo is traversable. Okay. So, 1. 2. Where are you going? Son of a bitch. Alright. Okay. You come over here and spin around. One more. Perfect. Okay. Let's go. Did I get it that time? No! Damn. I really thought I did. Oh, he's over there. If I get hit with falling shit again, I'm gonna be very upset. Okay. We go this way. Just like see if these gotta glide it into the okay, or that too. That's fine. This is fine. It's a good thing it's not raining right now. Oh my god. Okay. Hi, I'm here. I made it, finally. Oh, jeez.
Huh?
That's the clue for reaching the sky. What? How is that a clue? What is going on? Just now, what was that? I don't know. Where could the light be coming from?
I have an idea.
Oh, are you gonna surf it? Is he gonna make a whirlpool? No, I refuse to believe this. I refuse to believe this.
It's just as I thought. I can see an entrance at the bottom of the lake. I'll make a path for you. Dive in, Lee.
He's so fast. Oh my god, is this a temple? What do I do? Do I go? Do I do it? I'm gonna do it. Bye. What are we doing? What is this? Hello? Hello? I haven't found anything that even remotely resembles a temple yet. So that's interesting. That also, right there, is one of my new favorite features. Just being able to switch stuff out when you pick them up in your inventory right there. So handy. Oh, this is about to fill up when I open this. So I have to go... Okay, I get it. I have to go stand on a thing. Alright, let's stand on this one. Because it's gonna fill up. It's gonna fill up fry when we shoot this thing. So, do we not have any bombs? Ooh, I don't have any bombs. Okay. Hold on. So, hold on. Do we have any rock weapons that we can throw at it? No. Does the spiky spear do it, though? Does the spiky Britney Spears break it? No. Okay. Here's a rock. So, let's fuse it to something. Give me something fusey. Okay, rock. We should still be on something. Because this is definitely about to break this, like, drain or whatever. Okay. And then we go here. Smart. Yes. Yes. Honestly, just with my experience in Zelda games, just my experience for the past 20-something years, water shrines, water temples, water levels in Zelda are usually not a fun time for anyone involved. Alright, so there's another drain right there. Okay. There's a drain up there. Don't have another. I didn't pick my weapon back up because I'm stupid. Okay, so is there just like a stick? Can I just pick these up? Oh, of course I can pick them up, but I can't just throw them. Like, they don't throw that far. See? Okay, hold on. There must be something to pick up. Well, let's go back and get my stick, maybe? This is pretty in here, but it kind of makes me have to pee, even though I just peed. Hey, Laz! Laz, I have accomplished so much, but yet somehow accomplished absolutely nothing. How was your day? Did you work today? Okay. So I have to get up there. So this drain first, and then that drain, maybe? Why crying? You can't just cry like that. Minecraft bully? Oh no! Minecraft do a bully on you? Wait, where's my weapon? Oh, this time it ate my weapon. Alright, so... now I have to get over there. What happened? What happened in Minecraft? What happened? And redstone? Wait, how'd you lose? Are you not gonna go back and get it? Ooh. Probs lava. Oh, yeah, that would make it. That would make sense why it's lost. Lost forever. Alright. What do... Will this work? Oh, this will work. We'll see. Knocked me straight into lava and burnt up. Oh, no. Wait, why? Wait, are you slippery? Can I go up this little waterfall? That'd be funny. Okay. Rebuild. Rebuild. What the heck? Who's gonna follow me? I hate my life? No, no, no. We no hate life here. It's just sad day. I'm the only one who's allowed to hate life. Trust me. No one else. Okay. I don't know if my log thing will work. Okay. So, nope, this. Alright, destroy fused material. No, I can't. Oh, wait, no. Destroy fused material. Okay, and then fuse a rock down here. We're gonna get yeeted so hard, watch. We didn't get yeeted, we just got a little wet. Okay. Okay. I'm not gonna lie, like, this is cool. This is cool and all. But this, like, there better be like a temple coming. Like, this better be leading to a temple. Can I ascend? No. Wait, can I... Can I build a bridge? Are those too far away? Those are too far. Okay. I need to get up to here, right? Ooh, this way? Oh, no. No, thank you. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. this, which leads to a thing. Right, but if I ascend, where does that take me? Bitch. The remainder of your food? That's even worse. Okay, so if I ascend, where does this take me? Out? Do I have to kill this like? Oh shit. Okay. Did you drop something I need? Ice fruit. That's kind of cool. What is this? That's not very helpful. Alright, we'll place this one. Okay. Alright, I'm nervous to use this as ascend right now. Because what if that's not where I'm supposed to go? But you can also go up there. See, like, if I ascend and that takes me out, I have to go through again. Okay. Let's think for a second here. Let me think for a second. I have checked my butthole, actually. Thank you very much. Alright, can I ascend here? That would have been really convenient. Alright, what about... Alright, what about... Move this. Okay. Alright, what if we move this over... Oh yeah, that's true. You're so smart. You're so smart. Wait! This isn't even where I need to- Wait, it is where I need to go. Wait! There's a rock over there. Can I just like boop this a couple times? Boop. Boop. Alright, so... Yes. This is what we needed. Yep, watch this. Oh wait, can we go? No, it just looked like it. Okay. What is this? Like, what is this gonna be? Little teleporty? A little porty? A little telly? Little teleporty? Now, how get not here? Let's go this way. Ooh. A ladder! That's convenience. Okay. This is very, very, very water temple, but like modernized. Like the colored things on the ground. It's very water temple. I'm kind of digging it. Yay! I've made so much accidental progress in this game. Where does that go? Okay, we did a thing. I don't know what we did, but we did a thing. Okay, sure. I don't know what this is. Just don't die to lava and lose everything? I don't know what I'm doing, so I don't know how to lose everything. But what does this mean? Is it a portal? Can I go there now? What is this? It's raining poo now! Wait, that's worse! Wait, that's worse! Wait, take it back! Take it back, that's worse!
Oh.
Ew, I'm gonna have to go up the waterfall of poo. It's raining men. No. It's raining poo. Link, is this you pooing? Are you pooping? I believe I understand. Okay. Yeah, no, I get what you're gonna tell me. You're gonna be like, you can ride it up to the top. I get it. I don't want it. I don't want to ride the poo. Huh? The timing of this versus the sound effect was so good. Here.
Come here.
Come here. This is...
Come to me.
I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I literally don't want to. I literally don't want to. I literally don't want to. I don't want to. Okay, so maybe this is gonna be the first temple kind of thing? Let's see. Let's go up. If it's a temple, we might peek around, right? Was it Zelda? It didn't sound like Zelda. Oh, guys, we are straight. It is like gotta be in our mouth and up our nose, and like in every nook and cranny and orifice that we own, it's inside of us. Wellspring Island. Do I have a fast travel place here? It's like the Norwich Harbour. Look at the poo. Whoop. You see that jump? Look at that jump, guys. Do I jump like that all the time? Oh, look at me jump! Guys, look! Jump! 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 I don't know. Yep. Wait, can I go inside of them? What do I do? Can I control them? Wait. Wait, how do I get out? Dash. Oh. Wait, how do I do? Oh, do I grab it with my handy hand? Watch. I bet you grab it like this. And then you go, boop. Haha. Soldier blade. Okay. Where's Sidon? Sidon. Wait, these bubbles are kind of a mood. Oh my gosh, are we gonna have to... Oh my god, are we gonna have to like float between bubbles?
Oh.
What's this place? My body, it feels light as a feather. This is a strange place indeed, but right now we must focus on locating the source of the sludge. It's time to divide and conquer. Let's split up for the time being. Okay. So I'm gonna guess you have to do like... Hold on, we're gonna do... Let's do. Hold on. Do, so I can do. And then we go yump. And then we like follow them. And we like... And then we go yump. Like this. That's what I guess. So do you... hold on, so do you... Okay. But then how do you go from one to the other? So you... What, dash and then dash, jump? Oh, like that, okay. Okay. Oh, you. Ooh. Holy shit, okay. Holy shit, okay. Okay. I was not prepared for that guy about to wreck my life. Okay, hold on. There's no way I missed that. Come on. Nope, nope. Ooh, that was so lucky! These guys are tough. Holy smokes. Why do I feel like my weapons are doing not enough damage? Ooh, these yumpies are kind of fun. Ooh, I'm in the sludge. Oh my gosh, this jump is ridiculous. That was stupid. That was stupid. Oh my gosh. Holy. That slow time jump was ridiculous. Alright, can I grab one of these balls now? Instead of having to use a fruit? Like, I want this one right here. Grab. Alright, do I have enough time before the thingy explodes? Nice. Alright, that's one. How come it has no battery when it's here, and then as soon as I pick it up, it's using my battery? Economy, man. What an economy we live in. Can I go down there? Should I go down there? Can we go down here? We can. Wood chest. It's a good thing we went down. An old map. I don't care. Oh, just another map piece I won't go to because I don't like going into the buttholes. Okay, so. I really like the buttholes so far. They're scary. Also, maybe I shouldn't tell you. Maybe I should let you find out on your own. But there is a certain part of the buttholes that, you will not be able to go in. Because they will hurt you. No, grab. Thank you. Huh. Are you kidding me? I didn't realize our shit's gonna fly so far, too. Oh my gosh. Okay. So... do I go here? Oh, I guess I do go here. And then you, what, you just go from waterfall to waterfall? You go from poo fall to poo fall? This seems disgusting. This seems absolutely disgusting. If it's another map, I'm gonna scream. Oh, hoverstones. Okay, that's not like... oh, there's a thing. That's not the worst thing I could have gotten. Alright, can we make it... here? Let's go here. Whoop. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I am gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it. Nope, you need to launch me. Launch me. There we go. Launch me. Launch me. Launch me. Oh, there's a boss over here. Ogoshan Shrine. Oh, my leg keeps falling asleep. Maybe I I should go to the doctor this week while I'm on vacation. Get checked out for some of my ailments, you know. Okay. Orbs of water. I won't, though. Let's be real. How do you... Is this for real right now? This is like kind of a fun mechanic. These water balls? These are kind of fun. No, no. Oh, fuck, I fucked up. Okay. Went too soon. You really worked hard on it. You did a really good job, Corley. Wait, why'd that one pop first? Okay. Where does this one go? Down there? Why? Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Can we... Oh, that was wrong. That's wrong too. That's also wrong. Holy shit. Oh, okay. I wasn't ready to try yet, but I guess we're doing it. And it worked. I hadn't finished setting everything up yet, and the bubble was like, we're going. That was kind of funny. I honestly didn't know if that's how you did that. And the bubble took me with it. That's funny. That's actually really, really funny. Never didn't have it. You're right. I knew what I was doing. I knew what I was doing. Okay, so wings. Which means you want me to fly. You want me to fly. I see. This is a very terrible idea, but I'll play along. For the sake of the lulz. There's a bad guy down there. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna save, because I am not very confident in, letting this thing launch me. So, you know. Wait. Oh, I did. Okay, that actually worked out fine. Chat, I don't even know what you guys were freaking out for. It was totally fine. Whee! Oh no. Okay, hold on. What's your gimmick? Oh, that's your gimmick. Okay, I don't like it. Jump over it like a... This is stupid. This cannot be a thing. This low gravity, this can't be a thing. This is such a cheese. Go to here. Oh no, like where am I? Like where's my destination so I know where to go? Oh, okay, right there. Ooh, there's 3 Zonai up here. Constructs, I mean. Okay. So let's cheese it. There's no way that missed. That's the second time they put a shock fruit on, and it missed. Oh my god, I can't believe I said that. That's so stupid. Like that. That 0 grab is so stupid. In a good way. In an I prefer it that way because it works out for me way. Accepting our fate. They got on a boat, shot us, apologized when they realized we just got on, patched our boat and head off with well wishes. What? What? How did they know you just got on? Because we had nothing? Guess so. A lot of them don't care though, so that's strange. Like, that's actually really strange though, because they're... Most of them just genuinely don't care, so that's really weird. I like to fuck with people who have nothing. Well, that's very rare in Sea of Thieves. So that's nice of them. Oh, So what do here? No! Catch it. There we go. Okay. So what do here? So we went up. Let's like climb up the nice way then. Not the dangerous way. Yep, see here's bubbles. Okay. I think I have to rewind these. Ooh. Okay, that was close. I may have waited too long while I was trying to figure that out. Okay, so there's a bubble there. Our bubble maker. Where do you go? Where do you go now? Alright, is this another one where I have to go? Hold on. Is this another one where I have to angle? No, it's here. Oh, you can't even Okay, let's see if that one goes where it needs to go. Where does, like, where are we launching it, though? Okay, so it goes up. Does it need to go? Okay. Is the angle too sharp? Good night, Steph. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. If not, no big deal. Okay. So, I'm wondering if the angle's too much. Watch this one. Okay, so it's gonna hit, and it's gonna roll. Ooh, okay. So the angle is rough. Nope. It hits there, and then it doesn't go. Okay, hold on. It's not enough. Alright, okay, well that sucks. That's not right. That's so crooked. That's too far. Okay, how many more things do we have? 1 more, 2 more, 3 more. Okay, let's see what we've got over here. So there's a hydrant here. And then another with 2 more slabs. Okay. So yeah, I can't get that. Alright, so I'm just gonna guess that it's really actually more about building your bridge across rather than getting the bubble across, because there's a lot of pieces, you know? So I'm wondering if it's actually just building your own bridge. Okay, there's 2. Alright, and then there's already 2 here. So let's get rid of this. Take this off. Mayhaps they want to give you the option. That's what I was... But sometimes, not always, but Zelda games do have a habit of sending, like, what is it called? It's like a red herring, where it's like, you're so convinced that this is what it's supposed to be, but it's like, it's just there to do exactly that, to make you think that that's what you're supposed to do. But sometimes, that's actually not the answer. Are you kidding me? What is with this angle? You were right here. No, see, now this isn't right. Why? Why did you do this? Oh my god, why did you do this? This is absolutely right now. Let go. Okay, stick. Okay. Now. Stick. Okay. Can I just like yeet this out of my way? Oh, okay. I thought I was gonna fall and the whole thing was gonna fall down. Okay, longest bridge in the world. If this isn't right, and I just spent all this time building a fucking, you know, magic marker bridge like in kindergarten, I'm gonna be so upset. Oh my god, this is so hard to line up. Okay. Here's the moment of truth. Okay, well it does what I needed to do, except for this bubble. Oh my gosh. The bubble almost has ruined everything. The bubble almost just ruined everything. Okay. We made it. Alright, so you would like me to do what? You would like me to ride this cart to my doom? Yee! Oh, I touched it. I touched the poo. I thought I'd make it. Okay, so I'm guessing it would like for me. Ooh. Which one should we try, chat? Should we try to fly? Or should we try... Let's glide. Let's glide. We've got 0 gravity, right? How many fans? All of them? I knew it. Somehow I knew that all of them was gonna be the answer. Even before I asked, I knew that that was gonna be the answer. I don't know, 6 is a lot. 6 is quite a few fans. Alright, so let's do... Oh, I see that won't work. Okay. That won't work. I think we need to start the angle a bit. Yeah? Alright, let's try. Beautiful. Look at, we're still going. We have passed our destination. We are so good. Ah! It came back to haunt us. It was like, you cannot abandon me. Surprisingly high when I was climbing the waterfalls. So you need, I did need all of them, you're right. As we were in an unfamiliar place, let us proceed. Okay, I gotcha. Unfamiliar, got it. You created me, mother! You cannot leave me! This will be fun, right? For everyone? Fuck. Oh, food. Oh, any food. Any food of any sort would be wonderful right now. Okay. He is very customary, sir. Sidon, can I have? Thank you. Stop picking shit up. What's making shit, please? Alright, can I? No, stop. Stop doing what you're doing. Good job, Sidon. Wait, where are you going? What? I jumped. Oh no. I didn't have power anymore. Give me power. Oh, jeez. Done and done. Okay. Whee! This is the best part. We're gonna go swim in the poo. Sidon on your... I like how he, like, looks. He, like, watches, like, when he runs next to Sidon, he's, like, looking up at him, like, am I doing good, Daddy? Daddy, am I doing good? Oh, the sludge waterfalls. Okay. Is this gonna be the dungeon? Once you are amply prepared. I'm not prepared. For sure I'm not prepared, but what are we gonna do? What else are we gonna do? Okay. Wee poo. Nope. 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 I quit. No. 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 Why? Why is this the first temple? Shit. I am not gonna be able to do this. Like, I simply just don't have weapons. Like, I just don't have stuff to do this with, you know? So that's what's pooping on everything. This is very unfortunate, guys. I'm not like, oh, I can't do it. Like, literally, like, look at my food. I can't do this. I'm gonna have to cook a whole shit ton of food. How many? I have 5 cooking pots. So I can cook 5 meals. I can cook 5 one-time meals right now. And I have no, like, good weapons. Can I leave and come back? Like, is that a thing? Water temple entrance. Alright, I'm gonna go in and see if I can fast travel. Because you normally can fast travel in and out of temples. So I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna see if it will give me a fast travel spot. I don't know. Link, over here, this way. Okay, what do you want? Oh, I have to go to you, okay. Yes. The thing that such a structure was floating over the sky, okay. Oh, I'm stressing out. Look. Yes, do you think that's the source of where all the poo sludge is coming from? Do you think? We must do something, okay. That is it, okay. Oh, we have to turn all the... Okay, we have to turn all the faucets on. Mm-hmm. You're gonna let me... Okay, here's my fast travel. Okay. It's not enough. Yeah. Okay, so I have to go turn all the... Oh. That sound again. Who is it? Whose voice is this? It's not Mifa's and it's not Zelda's.
Cherished kin. This is the source of the pure waters of Zora's domain. Use your power to turn on the 4 faucets and you can collect water here. Heed my words.
Okay, so can I fucking fast travel? Like, is this a fast travel spot? Like, can I leave now? Oh, this is to turn it on, right? Sidon, what are you doing, bud? Are you gonna fight anybody, or are you just gonna spin around them in circles? He's like, no, 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 you got this, you're fine. Wait, can I get up there? No, I can't. Oh, can I, like, can I boot them? Is that a thing? Hold on. Can I boot them? Is that, like, is that actually a thing? Oh, okay. I need to get up there, and I need to put water up there. Let me take a look around. Why do you keep... Oh, there we go. You fought that one, though. Okay. Okay, so I can go over here. A ball toy? Oh, I missed it. That's fine. Not too concerned. Ooh. Oh no. I definitely made a fucko. Oh, I made an even more fucko. No. Alright, hold on. Can I get back up here? I can't. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's get you first. Yaga! Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Did you finish Bramble? Did you finish it? Did you finish the Bramble? I told you I'd be done first. Yeah, but did you finish? You did? Were you still traumatized? Final boss was BS? Yeah, I accidentally stumbled on my first temple, and I'm really unhappy about it because it's the water temple. Which, if you have any Zelda experience at all, you know that this means absolute misery for me. It's less okay, less traumatic is is good. Alright, where's the third one? Where's the third guy? Oh, did you kill him, Sidon? Okay. I died probably 30 or 40 times? Holy shit, really? I definitely am struggling a bit with this puzzle here. Where the fuck does this go? Where does the ball go? Oh. I see. I see. I'm gonna have to use all my splash fruit. Okay, so there's that. And that's gonna go up, right? Okay. Can I put the ball in there? Will that travel with the ball? And then me after? Yeah, but will it make it up there? And pop? I think it will. What is that? Look at that thing up there, up top. It's spinning. Take my ball with you. Take my ball with you. Now take me. Now take me. Oh my gosh, look at how perfect. It's literally gonna drop it like in the thing. Pop. 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 There we go. Oh, it's so close. Okay. Go in there. Dropping. No, you're not dropping? Okay, how do I get you to drop? Wait, do I just manually do it? Yes. Okay, what did that do? It opened underwater stuff. Where? I can't go underwater. I am a human, not a fish. Alright, do I have to... Do I have to use these, like, hover thingies to, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, force... Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Okay. I think I get it. So you use these to force these to stay up. I think. Yes. Watch. Then you do this. Okay. And then you do this. And then this. Okay. So now there's water flowing down. Perf. Okay. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? No. Because it needs to go... Where? Over there. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh wait, so that opened over here. Okay. What's this? Spin. Link, do you see that? I'm looking at it with my eyes. Grab? I can't. Okay. Do I jump? Do I jump on it? Do I walk on it? Okay, no. Oh. Water above? What's above? What's above? Nothing. Okay. Okay. So water there. And this drained all this. Okay. What is using battery? Oh, that. Okay, hold on. I need a second here. Let me think. Because that opens that, which drains that. Which drains the water, which lets the ball fall. Which opens this. But this won't turn on. Or grab. Do I need something to put on here? Yeah, this is gonna fill up again. Okay. So that closes that. Right. Right. So... Can I swim up this one? I don't see what else to do after. It's here. It's this. Wait, hold on. I have an idea. I have an idea. Come here, Sidon. I have an idea. Wait, why is the water not draining? Oh my god. Okay. Power? Okay. Spin. Okay. I got it.
Yes, you got one flowing.
Okay, that's one.
This is great.
Okay. Whew. This shit is stressful. Alright, so I think I can use this to, like, go to, like, the next thing. So you're a plumber now? Apparently, I'm the fucking savior of Hyrule. Okay, but fair question is, like, how the fuck am I supposed to get to any other islands from here? Oh, I guess I can reach this one. Oh, he's struggling. Can I help? Can I just cheat and do this? Yeah. Yes. Okay, so now that's a fast travel up here. Okay, so that goes there to there. This is a yes. Why am I wasting these? I literally can just be asking him for the ability. I'm so stupid. I'm wasting my power, or my fruit. Wasting my fruit. Give me power. We're gonna hit this fire dude with this water. Watch, it'll be fun. Watch, it'll be fun. Oh, okay, or that too. Alright, can I have power again? That was fun. Oh wait, where's his dingle hopper? Okay. Give me the power again. Yeah, these are likes. They changed them a little bit from older games, but yeah. They're essentially gross little penis thingies. Penis-shaped thingies. Okay, what is this? Arrows? Oh, a shield. Okay. Oh, it's only a power of 11, though? Yeah, we're good. Weenie. Weenie had Junior. Whee! Weenie Hut Junior. Interesting. Where's Bubbles? Okay. I think we're gonna rewind. Okay, we made that. Okay, these are lots of bubbles. Oh, this is easy. This one's easy enough to figure out. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I was hoping I could get enough. Alright. I was hoping I could get enough weight, but... And then just drop it a smidge. And there we go. Nice. What did that do? Electrocuted the water, but why? Oh, and that came over here. Okay, so now... do I just get this bubble? No. Yes. Okay, and that's gonna open this. Alright, you! Come here, give me power.
Got it.
Okay, so that's 2 faucets.
Well done, Link.
Well
now you
done,
just need to
Link.
open the remaining 2.
Okay, we got this.
2 more faucets. Okay. I didn't want to stream all night, but it looks like we're streaming all night. Okay. So now... You have a sink that needs fixing? I'll be right there. I am curious. I bet like this is how I'm supposed to get over there. That one looks terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. That like spinning machine right there like makes me feel like this is impending death. It's almost stupid. Honestly, I'm gonna be spoiled when I go back down to the real world and I can't do that slow time jump anymore. So this, I wouldn't even necessarily say that this is like a full dungeon either. So like, it's just, it's weird though, you know? Like, this isn't quite a temple, not quite a dungeon. I'm not a girl, not yet a woman. I don't know, I feel like people complain with Breath of the Wild that the divine beasts weren't good enough. And is this what they gave us in response to people saying the divine beasts? Like, I'm confusing. Like, I like this. This is fun, but this is not a dungeon. I guess it's kind of a dungeon. A dungeon is whatever you make it. The dungeon was the friends we made along the way. Why are you not, like, going forward at the same time as jumping? What the fuck? There we go, jeez. He was literally just, like, jumping still. Alright, we're gonna do this. Did I make it first shot? There's no way. Nope, that one I didn't, though. That one I didn't. That one I did. Never played the old Zelda games besides Ocarina, so I have no real frame of reference to whatever they hand me. Go play this. Yes, Daddy Nintendo will do. No, I am the biggest Yes, Daddy Nintendo simp to exist. But with Zelda, I'm like a little bit more particular, and I'm like, why you change my thing? Why you change my thing? You need to have a beast and decent simulator of a dungeon. I see. I see. Now that we've been doing this water temple for 9,000 hours, I do kind of have to go to the bathroom again. Okay, one more. And then I'll have to fight that motherfucker.
All right, just...
I'm gonna have to fight that dude. Go piss girl? Okay. I'll be right back. Gonna go piss girl. Okay, we're back. Thank you, everybody who waited. I appreciate it. Okay. One more. Welcome back. Thanks. Give me this ability so I can claim this. Okay. Now, the last one is over there? Question mark? Straight across? Straight down? Wait. Why didn't you pull your... Oh, because my bow was broken. Oh, that's so frustrating. What a waste of hearts and everything. For my bow being broken and not noticing. I'm annoyed. So this one says it's here. That's incorrect, sir. Oh, maybe it's not. Hold on. Water Temple B1. Oh. There's levels to this shit. Okay. Okay, come here. Does this work? No. Oh, wait.
Here goes.
And then I run through, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, and then I'll do this for him, right? Yeah. Come on, Sidon, here. Here. Do I really need to put it right in front of where you're standing? Like... Wow. What? Why'd you move? Go! Why are you so stupid? Alright, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Jeez, okay. You could have walked through literally any of those, but that's fine too! Oh. Okay. So we're just gonna make a little step ladder. Wait, are you implying I can't grab that from here? Oh my god. I cannot. Okay, so move this for a second. I'll lift it like here. Can I still get up? Okay. Can I grab this? I can. Okay. 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 Now. Okay. So we have to get across. Oh, there's one over there with a chest. I love that. That's so much fun. Okay, what's in here? No! What's in here? Okay, I love that for me. Okay. Alright, now, we have to... Can I just set these on here? Like, do I not even have to, like, power them? Okay, cool. Because this is using my batteries. Okay, and then we'll put you... Nope. So I can put a little bit of pop because we have space hop, so like, you know. Okay, but the thing about space hop is you have to already be moving. You can't jump in a direction, which is kind of annoying, like really, if you think about it. But whatever. Hello? Thank you. Okay, I think this is actually fine. Oh wait, no it's not, because I have to bring the ring. Or the ring, the ball. The one ring. Wait, hold on, let me see how hoppy I get with the ball. No, I fucked up! I fucked up! I fucked up! Oh, I see. You have to be jumping. You have to be moving when you jump. It's so annoying. I made it. Okay. Okay. Now. Down. So now, grab you. We'll put you up. Alright. Do you stick? You do. Put you... shit. Okay, it's fine. Get everything up here. Make our little staircase. Okay. Classic old Zelda. So you are our first step right here. Right here? Perfect. Okay. Second step is like here. Oh shit, I forgot to turn them on. Okay. Second step is stuck. Why? Explain why. Like, explain fucking why you can't move. Jeez. I'm gonna run out of battery. Shit, I'm gonna run out of battery. Alright, so let's just do this one. And we'll lift you up to here. Jump. 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 Yep, I lost it. Shit. Okay, let's just like line these up nice. So one here. What? Why? One here. Okay. Okay, so hit all of these. Or you can literally do whatever you want, like that's cool too. Okay, jump. Jump. Right, we can jump higher because of the low gravity. I'm gonna have to use a charge to keep myself charged here. In a second. Oh my god, it did the thing again. You have to be moving when you jump because this game... Yeah, I need a charge already. Fuck. Okay, so jump up. No. Jump up. Why? Why? Jump. Okay, there we go. Jump right off. Jump immediately off after. Jump. That's exactly what I was wanting for you to do, Link, was to jump on there and then immediately jump back off. That's what I was looking for. Thank you so much. Okay, so now I need to raise you up higher. Okay, some more charges. Okay, jump you up higher. No, grab. Don't you dare. Don't you fuck. You fuck. You dumb himbo fuck. You dumb himbo fuck. I can't. I literally can't. I can't get over this right now. I cannot get over this right now. Why are you turning around? Like, literally, I'm not turning you. Stop. Oh my fucking god. I'm literally not turning him around, and it's actually making me lose my shit right now. Like, I am not turning you around. Why are you killing me? Okay. Jump up. Okay. There we go. Nice. Now grab this whole thing. There we go. Okay. Now turn it off because we don't need any of the rest of this. Okay. Holy shit. I cannot believe how many times he just wanted to go in a different direction of what I was facing him. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're good now. We're good now. We got a little ragey for like a split second, but we're good now. That was stupid, though. God, that was so stupid. Okay, I have an idea. Okay. Was real hella stupid. He does that, though. Like, Link has such, like, and it's every game. It's every Zelda game where he just has this, like, they've never mastered being able to control which direction he jumps in. Like, if you are off by a single pixel, he goes, meh, and you're like, I wasn't going there. Okay.
Okay, they're all filled up. Now.
Okay. Wait, I want to turn these other two off because they're using up my batteries here. No! Oh, I saved that shit. Holy god. Okay. Nice. I can't believe I saved that. I can't believe I clutched that. Alright, I am not sure how I'm gonna beat the boss. Like, I legitimately don't have a lot of options here, you know? I'm gonna have to make some food, I think. I'm gonna have to make some food. With my five single-use cooking pots that I've got. I'm not trying to be a crybaby, but I don't think I can do this. How do I get back up? This way? Okay. And then this way? Wait, why didn't you jump? Oh my god. He just yeeted. Like, he didn't jump, he just yeeted. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yep. 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 Okay, and here. Okay, so before we do this... Wait, no, we have to go back up again? We have to go up there. Oh, shit. Okay. How did we get up there? Wait, isn't there a fast travel? Isn't there a... Isn't there a waterfall now? Guess not. I guess not. That's annoying. Alright, so once we get up here... Okay. And then once you get here... Okay. Then we get to go back over to the center. Okay. Oh, I'm nervous, guys. I don't have materials for this. Okay. Let's drop our Zonai device, our Zonai cooking pot first. We've got 5. Okay, so we can make 5 things. Okay. So what do we have that's got bonus? Alright, so we have this. Do we have any... What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Type. Okay. I only have radish. I don't have any truffles. Okay. Alright, so we'll do one of these. This is not a lot. This is fine. Shit. Okay, that's 1. Okay, oh, it's +3 temp parts. I'll take it. Alright, that's 1 food. Alright, now. What does this do? Restores stamina. I need... Alright, do I have any hardy bass? Bass? No, I don't. What does this do? Restores health. What does this do? Replenishes stamina. Alright, do I have a hardy lizard? I have a hightail lizard, not a hardy lizard. Okay, shit. Okay, I'm low even on materials for, like, whatchamacallits, too. Alright, let's do a speed effect. I don't know how well this will work. It might not, even. But we're gonna try this speed boost elixir. Okay, 5 minutes of speed boost. Okay. Let's do some more health. What do we have that's... Wait, see, what does this do? It just says... Okay, no. Increase my attack power? No, we don't want to do that either. I want bonus hearts. Or... So this is stamina. This is all stamina. Alright, so if I just do a bunch of stamina food with... like, good food, maybe it'll just restore my hearts anyway. So this is 5 hearts. Okay. Alright, how many do I have? I have 2 more. Okay. So let's look at something we've got. And this is Endurance Room. Okay, that's movement speed. This is my defense, which could be helpful. Alright, let's make a defense. Let's make 1 defense. Okay, and then we've got 1 more cooking pot. Alright, let's think. Let's think. Let's think. What do we have that will do... Okay, so this temporarily increases. So this is what we want. We want an increase, temporary increase in stamina. Okay. And you want to use the same thing for all of your replenishes stamina. Yeah, see, that's not what we need. Cook with monster press. No. Stamina recovery. No. Okay, so you can't mix any of those. So you can't do a stamina recovery and a boosts your stamina. It's one or the other. So we've got... Alright, no, we're doing this. We're doing this. I'm not risking it. I'm nervous. I don't think this is gonna be enough. Okay, I don't think this is enough, but let's see. Alright, save. I'm nervous. Like, I haven't been this nervous for a Zelda boss in a little while. Only because I don't, like, I don't know what I'm walking into here. Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, pour all the water on him. What is it? What the?
Look,
It's the tear.
the sludge dissolved. The domain is surely safe now.
No, there's gonna be a boss there. Yeah, see, turn around. Turn around. Yep. So the sludge itself was the bad guy? What the fuck is this? Moktorak.
This strange creature must be responsible.
Oh.
Get ready. Let's go, Link.
Can I have power, please? Thank you. Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! Hit him! No, hit him with something other than this. I shot him in the booty! Okay, give me.
After it, Link.
No, 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 put your bow away. Okay, phase 2. Oh, he's making the poo. Okay. Gimme. Gimme, come here, gimme, gimme, come here.
Clear some away.
Now.
It's able to swim through the sludge.
Of course
That's
it
why
is.
make it hard to catch.
Okay, gimme. Gimme.
The sludge makes it hard to move.
Oh, come on. I totally hit that one. What? Well, shit. Well, shit that you didn't hit.
Are you okay?
Okay. Well, let's eat one of our 10 parts foods already right off the bat. Yep.
Okay. Be careful. Okay, now's our chance.
Correct. Oh, I'm stuck.
Watch out for the falling sludge.
Get out. Ah! Oh my god, it's pooping on me.
That was rough. Be careful.
Sidon, where is you? I need you. Come here, Tyler, thank you. No. 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 Okay. Let's go shoot him. Move out of the way, Sidon.
Alright, let's go. Just a little more.
Okay.
Now's our chance.
I feel like,
Almost
I
done.
don't know, like, why do I feel like that, this is not doing enough damage, really? My other one did a lot of damage.
Be careful.
Oh, that was just shy of his tail. Come here. Shit. I'm missing it, I'm missing it. Oh, I'm missing this one. I missed all of that one.
Alright, let's go.
Okay. Now? Yes. Shit, shit, shit. Nope. Now. No! Fuck! I'm missing him. I keep missing him.
Okay.
Okay, I want to change my weapon. I don't know if this is anything better. Shit, 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 get up! There's no way. There's no way. I literally just wanted to get freeze of the goo so I could eat. There's no fucking way right now. There's no fucking way right now. He was so close. He was so close. There's no way right now.
Here goes.
Man, I was so close too. How did that not hit him?
Take it from here.
I'm not even gonna have any of my other weapons. Oh wait, do I? Oh, I do. Okay, this one did a lot from the get-go. Come here.
Alright, let's go. Amazing.
Okay. That does a decent I was so close. I'm so angry. I'm legit so angry right now that, like, I got that close just to die in the middle of a jump. Like, and that hit him. So, what was that? That hit. I'm confused because that definitely hit him there. That hit him again! What the fuck? Fuck. Yeah, see what happened last time. I don't have anything that does as much as that one does. And that one does such a good amount of damage at the beginning. Oh, come on. Just beat him while he's down! Okay, second phase. Sweating. Alright. Alright, so we're just gonna... Okay, whatever.
The sludge is everywhere. Let's use water to clear some away.
No way you faced the wrong way. I hate this game so much. Oh god. Face the wrong fucking way every time. Alright, where's the thing? Here he is. Oh, come on.
It's able to swim through the sludge. That's going to make it hard to catch.
How did that not hit him?
Hard to move. Maybe we could do something to clear it away.
No shit, Sidon. Okay, there's no way that I'm gonna get so close on my first run and just lose so easily my second run. Oh, I don't know why I'm even trying. I got it so many times last time, which is frustrating for me right now. Why? Why are you not... There we go. Nope. Too late. See, it's this second phase here that if I can hit it when it's in the, like, the jumping through the lava part, or the thing part, we're good. And I hit it a whole bunch of times last time, but for some reason... For some reason, I can't land a shot now. Whatever. Guess we'll just do it a little bit at a time. Can I have my power? Thank you. Okay, that one's dead. Let's do this one. Okay. Give me power. Bullshit that missed, but okay.
Watch out for the falling sludge.
Okay. Falling sludge is what killed me last time. Okay.
Okay, now's our chance.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way I can get over to him. Okay, that's another weapon dead. I am running out of weapons very, very quickly.
Okay. Heads up.
Shit. Give me. Okay, come here, come here, come here, come to me. An idea? Sure.
Here goes.
Oh, fuck. Let's eat this. Okay. Let's run to him quick. Why is all of my stuff broken?
Now's our chance.
Okay, go, 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 go. You're so close, you're so close. Don't break right now. No, I've got nothing left. Okay. Perhaps the Keys eyes? I was, okay, oh, that's not a bad idea, but what about, the fruit? What about the splash fruit? Oh, okay, no. So this ability is fine. It's just the, it's the after. It's when he's out of the shark. Come here, I need my power. Oh shit, shit, shit. Oh my god, okay, that's fine. I had the ability which acts as a shield. Okay, I need the ability. Come here. Come here, come here. Woo! Oh, my palms are so sweaty right now. Knees weak, palms spaghetti? Yeah. Yeah. Spaghetti sounds really good though right now. Let's not lie. Oh look, the poo is gone. No more poo. Oh, a heart container. Let's go. I'm not so weak. And a tear. Is that a tear? Hi, Bubbles. Welcome in. I just beat my first temple. I beat my first temple. Poo tier. It's not poo anymore. I used almost every weapon I had. For crying booties. Ding. Give to me. Are you gonna take it? Short husbando? Yes.
Sidon, my cherished kin.
Is that Mifa? It's just a different voice.
That voice again. You're the one we've been hearing this whole time?
Indeed. I am your ancestor from a time long past. I served the first king of Hyrule as a Zora warrior and
Wait,
a sage who,
is
like
this
you,
gonna
could
be the
direct
princess?
flow of water. You are the pride of the Zora. Your fluid, graceful movements as you fight. I would expect nothing less from my descendant. You bested the monster that sullied our domain, but it was a servant of a greater evil, the Demon King. His true purpose was to prevent you from obtaining the stone that you just found. My secret stone.
That stone that you are wearing.
Yes, and it is important you know more about the stone and the Demon King. So listen closely to what I have to say. It concerns the imprisoning war and the destiny of our people. Though we Zora live long lives, this all happened in a time ancient even to us. The kingdom of Hyrule was still in its infancy.
Is that Tamias?
A great evil, the Demon King, appeared. He invaded Hyrule and sought to cut the New Kingdom's time short. But Rauru, the first king of Hyrule, brought me and 5 other warriors together to oppose him. Rauru
Okay, so
entrusted
there's
us with the means
a
to
Gerudo.
fight the Demon King.
There's a Zora, there's a Rito, there's a Goron.
Treasured artifacts called secret stones that amplify the power of those who carry them. As the Sage of Water, I bore a secret stone and fought alongside my fellow sages in battle. However, the Demon King's power was overwhelming. Even my strongest defenses could not stop his ferocious attacks. In the end, our leader realized it would not be possible to defeat the Demon King outright. He chose to end the battle by sealing the Demon King away.
That's from the trailer.
Sacrificing himself in the process.
So that was
That's
the
his hand.
imprisoning war.
That's how his hand was there, holding him together.
The rest of us survived, and it was not long after that climactic battle that someone came to see me. Her visit would make the destiny of the Zora crystal clear. It was another of the 6 sages, the Sage of Time.
The magic restraining the Demon King will eventually be undone. When that happens, a noble swordsman named Link will oppose him. We must help. Lend him your power. He will need the Zora's control over water.
The course of the Zora's future was clear.
Interesting.
It would be our honor to aid in defeating the Demon King. I swear to you that, when the great evil returns, the Zora Sage of Water will awaken once more. The Zora people and their sage will fight alongside your swordsman.
Oof. Little misty-eyed there.
That is everything there is to share of the imprisoning war and of the destiny of the Zora. Zora's domain is once again safe thanks to you.
Why her booty so
However,
thick?
the Demon King continues to threaten all of Hyrule. Sidon, my cherished kin, you must take up my secret stone and honor the vow I made to the Sage of Time. Fight alongside the swordsman, Link.
It's my destiny to fight by your side. I came here so that I could save Zora's domain. But it looks like all of Hyrule will need my help. I'll do all I can, just as my ancestor did. I will accept this secret stone.
I want to know who she is. There's our first tier of the kingdom. Bum, bum, bum. Signed up for some BS even first Transferborn.
Behold, this is my new power.
Can you create a duplicate of yourself?
Here, Link, your hand.
What? More hands
Sidon,
to hold.
the Sage of Water, swear that I will fight by your side. Please accept this. It is proof of my vow.
What does that do? my god, am I gonna have the it's gonna be the Infinity Gauntlet! No! It's the fucking Infinity Gauntlet, bro! Ah!
With that ring, you will always have my power with you. We're partnered up again. Yes. All right, let's head back home.
Link is like, I'll do it myself. No, oh no. Oh god, that's so funny. As soon as he put his hand out and it started to glow on his little ring, I was like, there's no way they're about to go full Marvel right now. Nintendo really is like taking notes and they're like, Star Wars? Check. Marvel? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Check. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. Like, it's ridiculous. Link is inevitable. I am inevitable. Oh, look, you're clean.
Oh.
Ah, ooh. Ah, ooh. Astro, hello, by the way. Hello. Welcome in. Where'd Link's nips go? He doesn't have nips. He's a Ken doll. He's a Ken doll. He doesn't have nips. Who's the nip thief? Why do you think there's a thief? Link, welcome back.
Oh.
Link, have you seen? The sludge has vanished. The poop has vanished without trace. Are safe once again. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. You're welcome. I like your crown. Can I have your crown? I like her crown too, with the little moon. As for you, Link certainly played a key role on our first 50 minutes, nothing short of magnificent. I've always believed in you, Sidon. Worth this. Aw. Father, this is so sudden. No, it only seems that way. In truth, it has been heavy on my mind for some time. Sidon, my son, it is time to ascend the throne as the new king. Take Yona's hand, and as one, lead Zora's domain to a brighter tomorrow. Me, the king? With my little whistle? She's like, yeah, I'll be the queen if you insist, I suppose. I'll not let you down, I swear it. That's the spirit, my boy. He's a big boy. Where's his tail? His tail's on the side. Oh, that's his head tail. That's right. His head tail. Zelda. Oh, Zelda. Silence, everyone. Look at me with my big boner stick. Look at me. This is a ceremony, and I've got a boner stick. I hereby inherit this crown from my father, the exalted Dorephan. From this moment on, I shall be the king of the Zora. At the same precious moment, I ask that you also open your hearts to your new queen, my beloved Yona. All right. She seems less sharky. Sure. Yeah. The sludge threatens us no more. We are once again free to swim through crystal waters beneath azure skies without fear. We could not have achieved this without our dear King Sidon, our heroic Sir Link, and all who call us. I pushed the button. I pushed the button. I don't know what the last word was. I'm so proud and so very grateful to count myself among the Zora of the domain. However, that does not mean that all matters have been resolved. Right you are, my love. As long as darkness lurks in the depths of Hyrule, this peace we have fought so hard could vanish like a buckle on a needle. Her commentary isn't why we're here, it's true. We don't need to read all this. I can just read it, and that's fine. Hooray! First things first. my friend, regarding the whereabouts of Princess Zelda. When I obtained the secret stone, we saw a vision of that woman in the Sage of Time. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Zelda. What if that is who that is? Yes, that is. This simply is not possible, is it? It is. My ancestor lived in the distant past. It is difficult to imagine how the two could have crossed paths. There's little chance of Princess Zelda. Okay. You are unable to accompany me? Bitch. Bitch. Vow of Sidon, Sage of Water. Proof of the Vow of Sidon, Sage of Water. Use it to summon or dismiss the Avatar. He can send his Avatar. Alright, let us pray. Do we have enough things? I don't think we do. I think we only have 2. My fucking boner. It's ridiculous. Don't. I only have 2. Oh, you have a side quest.
Oh.
There are Greaves. Oh, I need them. I need them. Great Lungo. Okay. Incisor of Waterworks. I was there already. Oh, I was already there. Alright. Do a flip just for you, Astro. Are you ready? Are you watching? There you go. Here's another just for extra. Isn't he the perfect himbo, though? I love him. I would, not to be dramatic, but I would probably die for Link. Astro's not even here to see my amazing flipping skills. Astro! 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 It is what he does. It's true. Astro quits everything before he starts. Well, how am I gonna know how many out of 10 my flips are getting? Oh! I see you! I see you! Acknowledge my flips! Acknowledge my flips, Daniel! Wow. Wow. Thank you, Bubbles. Thank you. Oh my god, my boner just broke. My boner had literally one single hit left in it. I think, honestly, like, I might keep playing and I might keep doing stuff, but I think this is actually, like, a perfect time to end. It's right before 12. We did an accidental dungeon. We've made some progress. So let's find someone to toss a raid to. And then I might see what my friends are up to. And we might, or I might play some... Or I might play some Valheim. Alright, guys. Would we like to see... Do you want to see some Sekiro? Or keep it in Zelda, but do some Ocarina of Time? Wait, is Broseph live again? Broseph is literally live again. Lol. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, I'm further than them, so we can go raid Broseph now. This is crazy. I'm a little disappointed in them because they're supposed to be, like, adjusting their sleep schedule, but, you know. Okay. Alright, guys, go hang out with Broseph. I'll probably keep playing this. I don't know. But I'll be back on tomorrow. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll take tomorrow. I don't know. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging. I appreciate you. You're gonna be real sick of me real soon. Bye. Bye. Love you. Bye. Bye.